Khan shot me a message just now, and uh, yeah, he won't be back until a little closer to 10, not quite 10:30, unless he takes a shower. So we are still good on that.
Good riddance. God damn.
Yeah, is what it is, but who would like to dish out the recap? And I guess I don't know. We'll go through the nightly conversations before I decide what songs I throw on. Unless somebody else wants to throw something on, just like. But the recap is open to anybody, and it'll be a fun one for me.
Breaking news: somebody with mastery over celerity broke into Elysium and shit Liam Best's pants. I don't know who the culprit is, but we will find out who is responsible, and they will be brought to pants shitting justice.
Azad isn't here to defend himself. For the time being, Azad is suspect number 1.
You should shit yourself now.
Yeah. I use split second to put Liam Best's pants on and shit. Anybody else want to cap, or should I?
You got it, dude.
Yeah, you could. If you didn't want to, I could. It wouldn't necessarily be in your interest, but
let's see.
+1 auto success.
Well, I wonder if us talking to Horatio was a part of the first part of that session. That might be.
No, that was the end. That was the end of the previous one.
The previous one. Okay, so we handed Horatio over to Prince Powell himself personally. I remember that part. He showed up with the scourges. That was part of the last session. That's right, because he used animalism. So not that session. But we did hand him over. Horatio was a part of a wide variety of interrogations by other people who came to see her funny posed body.
This is true. Boons were paid.
Let's see. Elysium was held in the Suck Club.
Indeed.
Our man, Craster, was guarding Horatio, and Liam Best was over there next to Hungry. And the prime opportune spot in front of everybody. We had some live entertainment from.
One sec.
Sure.
The boon trade. Did we ever get the boons that were traded there?
You did. You didn't ask, but they are there, and they are. They will be revealed tonight, whether you ask or not. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think we asked. We were.
Yeah, they were paid, and there is a list, and you will get it, whether you ask or not.
Sorry to interrupt. Going.
Okay. Live entertainment from Pooling Moonlight and some, I don't know, fucking weird guys downstairs or something. I don't know.
I moved one of them around. It was kind of weird.
They were talking about, yeah.
They had this weird song about City Hall.
Vibes. Yeah. Something about stalking the halls of police stations. I don't know. Kind of wasn't paying attention anyway.
I want to burn the police station down for what it did.
I did that shit. I robbed their shit. It's in my car. I have illegal weapons. I have unregistered firearms in my car.
I run so many lines, they go into the police station and back out. Continue.
Why did I do it? I did it for drugs. We went around. We talked to all the different parts and parcels of Elysium. We got everybody's sort of takes. Let's see if I can recall some specific details. I remember my big ones, but I know the fight happened. Goodness, who was the winner? I think it was
Bert.
Bert.
Yeah,
Bert was
Bert.
number one.
Just Bert.
The high just Bert. The High Council did kind of stand out because they're obviously going to be fighting, and it was kind of more of an open contest among the Hounds and the other Camarilla kindred. So it wasn't a final showdown between Bert and one of the Primogen. It was Bert versus. I don't have the list pulled up right now, but he kind of
Where was
mollywopped.
there?
There was a Mad Melinda, I think, or something.
Yes. Yeah. She came
Was
second.
she number 2 or 3?
I think she was number 2, actually. Yeah.
Number 3 was a member of the Hakata. I
Yes.
think he was a milliner.
I believe you are right. I believe Henry Milliner. Don't quote me on that. Baseball Batman.
The man with the bat, yes. Yep. The man with the bat. I think he came in 3rd because he was using his hands and not his bat.
That
Might
was
be what
implied.
he says.
Whether or not it would have changed anything, boasting or not, who knows?
At the same time, Mad Melinda also wasn't trying to, like, kill him, so, you know.
This is also true.
Should be. Anyway, Bert, Mad Melinda, Tremere?
Meredith the Mad is Tremere.
Meredith. But we don't know what house, right? Was she Karna? She an Anarch?
It was speculated she was Karna. Anarch, not sure.
I don't keep
one. Yeah, one could assume, but one might be assuming.
Yeah,
Jackie,
and you know what that
looking
is.
around like
You little ass.
Dude, where's my Camarilla kindred in the top 3? This is fucking embarrassing. Look at all these guys. I know that not the High Council didn't participate, and yes, we would have walked all over them, but still. Where's our
I would have. If I were in there, wipe the floor with Bert. Just Bert.
Just Bert.
I'd go, sorry about your face. That'd be me.
That's me. Actually,
Sorry about your blood.
For real. Sorry about your clan. Anyway. You will notice, however, that there are no Reds that have participated. There were Proles, there were Anarchs in there, but no Reds. Baronet Nesh has said that, yeah, we're going to do our thing, which was defend the borders. That was our agreement. So we're going to do just that. And I said, wow. Apparently there are malefactors in the Reds. And I assured her that there will no longer be malefactors in the Reds. I also told the prince, I hate anarchs, and this is sad to me. And he also said, we're going to kill them, but they're going to kill each other first, so just be patient. Yes, I understand, but I am not a patient man. Then, grand finale. Horatia decided that she was more pleased with being separated from her body than being united with it. So, Crasser did her final parting gift and parted her head from her shoulders.
Indeed.
Horatia is dead. Hungry, also dead. Sayonara. However, while Liam Best was up there in front of God and everybody, he got absolutely fucking roasted over the loudspeaker by a certain guy with an affinity for sandwiches. Lots of roasting going on, lots of people laughing at Liam Best, and it all ended with the shart heard around the world, the forceful shitting of oneself in front of everybody, considering that no one else actually knew, other than Chris, that a discipline was used on him, or a mind manipulating power was used on Liam Best, everybody must assume, since disciplines are banned in Elysium, that Liam Best shit himself out of anger and in protest of his mistreatment. This is the only logical conclusion that anybody can actually arrive at, because
I was
he
standing right
can't
next
do
to him.
anything else.
As the keeper of Elysium, I made sure that the sanctity of Elysium's laws were well respected.
Indeed.
We don't know who there was no kindred. We don't know who was talking on the microphone. No one locked eye contact with him, so we know it wasn't Dominate. He just shit himself. He got so angry, he forced his own blood to evacuate down the trousers of his pants.
He thought he could trust
I don't know what to tell you.
It was avant-garde art.
Never trust a blood fart.
It was a bad day for
painting
white.
the town red really is kind of like.
It was a bad day for white pants.
Avant-garde blood fart.
That's Leon's top rule, is what he told Fark. Never trust a blood fart.
Mr. Best, bring me my red pants. Will it be forever immortalized in the lexicon of Arkham Kindred?
Yeah, I don't know how you live that one down.
I don't think you do,
No.
which is kind of hard for somebody who lives forever. So, sayonara Hungary,
Almost like,
sayonara to Horatio, sayonara to Liam Best. Elysium came to a close. We decided, fuck it, Weeball. I know that our man Leon went and talked to the Lord, Edwin Strom, and tried to distract him while we went investigating into his secret haven, which we did, but Leon was able to join us. But during Leon's conversation, Edwin Strom thinks that he's man enough to take on the man, Ian Carfax. Not only him, but also the man, the bigger man, Carl Schrecht. But it all starts with a little domino far down the chain, which is going to be somebody from Chicago? Question mark. Who could that be? I don't know.
So
That's for Tremere to decide. That's for Tremere to decide. Now, whether Leon goes along with that is completely up to him. But Edwin Strom's got his sights on the pyramid, and he thinks he should be on top. Or at least he should have a separate pyramid.
Beneath Tremere.
Or beneath Tremere, who is alive somewhere. He's hanging out.
Yeah.
Why wouldn't he be?
Why wouldn't he be? Right. But Edwin Strom thought, well, I'm gonna go think on this. Scratches his chin, floats off into bedroom. Then Leon joined us down below. We found that the red cultists, belonging to the Scarlet Sister, who would have thought, were down there attacking crazed vampire-related white entities, sort of, question mark?
Yes, things you've never seen before, and decided not to fight.
Rather not have to deal with that. Kind of wanted to save the resources in the upcoming battle. So we went into the chamber of Strom's original resting place, and prepared to get absolutely fucking mind-boggled. But before we did that, our man, Charles, found his gun, the talking gun. It seems, I mean, it's a muzzle-loading, put anything in me kind of weapon.
It's like a magic railgun.
Yeah.
One could even think of it as a magic handheld blunderbuss, or just a magical handheld hammer-fired pistol.
And it's got an attitude.
Yeah, it's got an interesting personality there.
So was it a gun made from King Arthur's sword?
You didn't
Excalibur?
ask it. You didn't ask.
We can ask.
It might be.
Yeah.
Well, actually, it did say it did call itself a forged chimera, but you didn't ask what that means. Maybe because it was saying other things to you.
Also, it puts holes in enemies and does damage of a considerable amount. To which we like that. However, just like in any game where you start finding health and ammo pickups right before you enter into a big room, you should probably be concerned when you pick up a magical weapon right before you enter a large antechamber in Vampire the Masquerade. Because we opened the sarcophagus.
No,
The
you
one
did
thing
not.
Smiling Jack
We did
told
not
us
open
not to
it.
do. Well, he technically opened it himself.
Yes.
So, sarcophagus opens up. Stone sliding on stone. Not good. Out comes a man. He's a very tall man. And he's got a strong aura, alright? His stand is of a considerable strength.
Damn, you dropping the memes not even I fully... Well, I mean, I know what it's from, but continue.
Did he have those funny symbols floating behind him?
Yeah, there was like this weird angelic like chorus behind him too. Turns out, the trap, as it was described to us, sort of a trap? Not quite. Would have been a trap if dumb Bahari bitch was in the same room, but trap for us? Not fucking likely. Sorry. I've got fortitude. He triggers presence, majesty at level 5, kind of a big fucking deal. I think most of us are actually able to resist it.
Yeah, the
Everybody
magic
except for
crits. The
Azad.
magic 10 die on the fucking luck rolls and the fucking actual, like, I'm just gonna crit on a fucking discipline tier 5. Yeah, awesome. I mean,
Yeah,
I thought it
like-
was awesome, but I was like, Jesus fucking Christ.
I bet this Methuselah that stepped out was looking at these like generations, like 6 generations higher than him, and is like, why isn't this working? What's
And
happening?
he's just like, behold!
What the fuck is
Just
going
like,
on?
everyone's just like, what do you mean? And
He did call you guys impressive the same way he called some other people impressive, but continue.
So this is where things get weird sideways fast and hard. Let's hit the major revelations. One, the thing that we're talking to is the Methuselah of 1918. He didn't die. He was dragged into cover by the sire, well, not sire, because Henry Malden never had a child. Or his father never had a child. I forgot the name of the Malden, but it was a Malden. Dragged him beneath the earth and protected him from the sun. So, we're still unsure about who the sixth stake belonged to, I think. However, it is revealed to us that the Methuselah of 1918 incident was all a grand manipulation by a yet unseen Methuselah that has been manipulating the politics of Arkham for basically the inception of the city entirely. It is assumed to be by the Methuselah of 1918, who is a fucking Sulabri, that the Methuselah is a Ventrue. That is the suspected clan, but he's not sure. He just will continue hitherto to refer to it as the Ventrue Methuselah. So there's that. 2, the Scarlet Sister is not a demon. We kind of figured as much once those Blades of Smoke and Shadow actually started doing something. The Sister Scarlet is a Bahari, or not a Bahari, a Bali, sorry. Which is a clan dedicated to worshipping and controlling and forming pacts with demons. As you might suspect, the real demon is just empowering the Scarlet Sister. Suleiman, the dumbass, is actually out there in the forest right now digging up the actual demon reliquary. Not good. Not good at all. So, things on the plate. We have demon-influenced Sabbat, Bali, werewolves on one side. We have the Sulabri, who has just revealed to us that we want to kill the same people, and we do. And on this other side, we have a Ventrue Methuselah, who has manipulated the politics of Arkham and is yet unknown to all of us. We have no idea who the fuck this person is. But we don't like him. Only I get to manipulate politics. That's how this works. Let's see, I feel like I'm forgetting something.
I can just chime in a couple things. The name is Trenton Malden. That's the,
That was the one who saved him, right?
Yeah, the original
Malden.
story being he's my sire, and actually no, he's my deep descendant. Who posed as a Tremere in the Sabbat. So that was his whole cover and why he went along with the, hey, I will join you guys. And hey, I didn't die from when the Tremere did a funny ritual a little while ago. Funny how that works. But
yeah.
How much XP do we have right now?
I think I updated yours and everybody else's, but let me check.
246.
Okay, yeah, you did.
Coolio.
Good.
Yeah. But other than that, there was a door in Strom's antechamber that also led deeper into the Undercity. It's not over. But
Oh, God.
you also have the ability to travel there relatively safely. Tony can basically take half on his...
Bonfire lit.
Yeah, if he rouses once,
fuck.
not to rouse his blood, but to activate fleetness, he can take half. And normally I'd be a little sketchy on allowing, like, rouse. Well, I definitely wouldn't allow it for a normal rouse, but since it's rouse for a discipline, and it's a roll he's done before, I'll let him take half on getting back there, so he doesn't have to actually roll. He just has to rouse. So, those were the big points. Well, I guess you guys are going back down.
Lamau.
But very good recap. It's an automatic success for anybody the party deems necessary. And there are plenty of things on the docket, but I'm going to keep that rouse from Charles, not force you guys into the Undercity. You'd just wake up there. It'd be fun for me.
Come on, guys, we're going back down.
But I'm going to use that roll for Charles for his wake up. Everybody else can rouse to wake up. I'm going to say it's been a few days. None of you were terribly wounded or hurt, but you can go back to full. Sans whatever the hunger is, because I'm not that nice.
Shite.
I'll roll for Azad. Damn, you hate to see it.
Oh, he's at max hunger.
Oh, well. Well, good for him I called that right before. I'd be having fucking fun with his ass. How did he get the full hunger? I'm gonna fucking kick his ass. Oh,
I don't know.
Oh, I'm gonna make that 2 hunger. I mean, he shouldn't have been at 0. That was a me thing. Okay, his hunger is correct now. So, you guys wake up. It's been a couple nights since the Elysium. I'm gonna say exactly 2 nights. And mail has come in, and your house has some call history. And it is a night worth being aware of, though nothing is urgently pressing. Your door is not being beaten down. I'm going to do one thing for Azad first. And I'm just going to say, as you guys wake up, Azad is already awake, and he gets a message from Drumal. The hounds are assembled, as are the kindred who have been motivated into volunteering. And in Drumal's words, "My elder, I await your word, for when we draw steel against Suleiman, once the preparations of the Triarii are made, they will have their war. And so the call falls to you when exactly you want to pull the trigger. I will also say this is not a time-sensitive trigger, but it is effectively the end story button. So feel free to close out the things you have. I'm not going to say
This is
that...
the fucking like jump to Reaper FTL, like jump through the Omega Relay.
Not quite that bad, but this is like the... Are you sure you want to land on what? Not Vermeer, but what's the fucking
This
planet
is
you
the
go with,
suicide
Rex?
mission.
No, it's not the suicide mission.
no.
Okay.
No, it's Vermeer because
Okay, yeah, it's Vermeer.
It's
I'm thinking of
Vermeer
the planet.
Survivor.
Okay, yeah. So yeah, you. This is like the Vermeer. You can press the Vermeer button. There's still content after this. There's even like again like another at least one more story
Fair.
after this. So just like, I want to make you aware this is not time sensitive. He's not saying we have to act now, but when you feel confident.
Confident.
Gotcha.
Yeah. And that being the case, well, I'm sure there will be some side content adjusted. It won't be majorly impactful on your outcomes at this point when you choose to act on that. But the rest of you, Boom has 2 letters. And each of you, except for Charles, you also have a phone call that'll come in, or a chat history asking you to, hey, can you toss me a call when you wake up from night sleep? So.
I'm going to go to the bathroom, so put me last.
Okay.
I'll be bringing my headset, so I know.
Very
I'm gonna
cool.
get a drink real quick.
No problem. Then that means we have Boom's letters and at least one call for Boom.
I activate letters.
The letters are ones you might have expected. There is a reply to a letter that you sent to a certain part of town with a chantry, and you have been formally invited as in the same cadence and grace that you sent that letter. And then the second letter is much the same, except this one is it doesn't match your subtle tone that you had included, and instead is an invitation to either come down or a gracious reply letting you know that the person that you sent the perhaps slightly coded letter to will make any and all arrangements to meet you at the Succubus Club.
Oh, wow.
Funny how that works.
Good on him.
It was very
I give him
polite.
I give him a spiritual pat on the back.
I'm back.
Okay. And then you said there was a phone call?
There are actually 2. But
I go to the phone.
indeed. I'll say that the first one probably catches you in live action. The other one will be an eventual callback. The first call that you actually get is Bernadette, who, per your words, the last Elysium, has arranged to sit down with the Toreador she thinks best to lead the Camarilla in your mutual idol's shadow. And he has agreed to name Bernadette Whip and welcomes the new presence of the Succubus Club and your idol to town. They would like to meet, and they are more than willing to be upfront with you, but they just request that all media with them be physical. And that is not because of their aversion necessarily, but they have a lot of prying eyes from a lot of clans around them.
More than agreeable.
Indeed.
Leon is not a technological person.
Yeah, so he will meet at the Succubus Club at your convenience. The second call, which you will have to call back, comes from the La Sombra. And
Perfect.
it redirects all the way up the chain to Miriama, who she, again, fully extends to meet them, you guys, at St. Mary's, or alone at the Succubus Club. Alone is in not just Leon, but just her, and preferably beneath the surface of the Succubus Club. And she seems to say so without necessarily indication that there should or should not be. She just seems to assume.
Okay.
Yeah,
We'll
either
go
place.
to her.
Okay. So, yep. There's, obviously, since you're going to her, the time is flexible as she can be there seemingly at the drop of a hat.
Perfect.
But that is all of the Leon content.
Yes.
For literally just waking up. Popular guy. I will now shift my head over to Tom. You get also a message with a phone number asking you to make the call. It's a number you don't recognize, but it is a friendly message nonetheless.
I grabbed one of my burner phones and I dialed the number.
You dial the number. I will also say that the number that basically messages you in a friendly manner, like, hey, give this number a call, it's not the same number making the message to you. So it's kind of like, hey, I am party B, please contact party C. Cool guy. Wink nudge. Emoticon. But you make the call. When you hear the voice on the other side, there's no set difficulty and it is not opposed, but give me I'll say either composure and resolve, or in this case I'd allow a wits and composure, whichever you feel like rolling. 3 successes, not bad. It takes a little bit more of anything to surprise Chris on the internet or by the phone. You've probably been on phones and telecommunications long before the internet was a thing. Even so, you hear what is probably one of the most beautiful, if not the most beautiful, female voice you have ever heard on the other line. As almost, you would imagine, too soft to be heard by the phone, yet crystal clear, the voice asks, "Is this Chris?"
Yes, this is Chris. Who is this?
A mutual friend has reached out. They have encouraged me to meet with you. I am in, or rather, very, very composed, yet still personal. It would be better to say that Midam works for me.
Oh. Alright, well, where do you want to meet?
I don't know the city very well. What is a comfortable place?
How sensitive is this meeting you want to have?
The level of sensitivity you would prefer for your own business.
Yeah, let me ask somebody something real quick. I put my hand over the speaker. Hey, Leon.
What's good, homeboy?
Can I meet somebody in the Succubus Club's basement? Like, I'm arranging a meeting right now. Can I do that?
How far in the basement are you? The basement is not a site for neonate eyes.
Where would be a safe place in the Succubus Club then?
You know, any of the floors that you want, you can sneak away in any of the booths. You know how Jackie likes his booth. I can put you next to Jackie's booth.
We're gonna put up a sign, the mayoral booth. Oh dear.
The Mayor Club.
Reserved for the mayor. Oh dear.
Reserved for Jackie Young and the Mayor. Yeah, I guess I can steal a booth. Yeah.
Yeah, no complaints.
I go back on the phone. I can give you directions to this hot new club in town. We can have a conversation there.
Just the address. I have someone that can deal with the directions. No offense to you, but they will need to be very thorough. That will be their problem, not yours.
Okay. I give her the address to the Succubus Club.
Indeed, she takes it down and offers you a thanks, and you might even detect a little giggle before the phone closes the call.
Wow. That was odd.
What was odd?
Oh, just... You know our friend that we had a deal with, yeah?
Oh, that's a lot of friends.
Yeah, you know, the one that made the best man not feel so best.
Oh. Yes, one might even say the worst.
Yeah, he's now the worst. Well, that guy's boss is meeting me, so that's what's odd.
Do we need a, get out the karate chops?
I don't think it's gonna be that bad. I think it's might be a friendly meeting. It sounded friendly. She sounded.
Well, I hope
really
so.
friendly.
I mean, well, they always do, don't they?
Yeah.
And then they strike.
Well, I don't know anything about Faye. I mean, I just know she sounded really, really nice.
Well,
Do you think we should? I don't think we should, but do you think we should prepare for bad things?
legally I'm not able to. So whatever if she asked for you personally.
Yeah.
But technically, if Elysium is the Succubus Club is in Elysium, so I have to do my duty at that point. She'll force my hand and I'll, crack her neck. I don't know if that kills them, but I'll do it.
If you're in a self-defense situation outside of her apartment window at 3 a.m. and you have to defend yourself, if you have to shoot through a crowd in a self-defense situation, you probably wouldn't like what would happen, the gruesome outcome, but you would be happy that you were defending yourself in Elysium, right?
Yeah.
It's a duty.
Not only is it a duty, it's my honor.
Exactly.
But no, we should be fine.
Yeah, I think nothing bad's gonna happen. It's just a little friendly meeting.
Indeed, and not only that, but you are in domain and in haven, so there are many dots that do apply if it were even to be that way. But all that having been said, we get to the bottom of the list with Jackie, who is actually at the bottom of my list now. They were staggered, but Jackie does get a message to, hey, we should chat over the phone from a Mr. Guy Kells.
Very good.
Indeed, I agree.
I will call him.
Guy Kells will answer the call, and you will quickly hear. Of course, I don't have to sneeze anymore. Okay, but you quickly hear that it's a group call just from the basic sound of the phone, and also when Guy Kells answers, and you also hear another familiar voice in the form of Peepers, as I will avoid juggling the voices immediately. They both say hello, and Guy Kells will kick it off with, Mr. Young, I was able to get teary eyes in on the plan. It would have been a little on the nose for Peepers to do it, but it seems he is on board. It might take some motion to get things kicked off, especially with an Elysium not set to happen before our mutual issue is taken care of. He says, keen to avoid the use of masquerade terms over the phone, even if it's safe. He's of a time and a certain persuasion, and just avoid it entirely. Especially with teary eyes on the front. It may, however, also be possible to, either way, oust pennies from power, depending on outlook. Softly would have to wait. By force, not quite so, but that would be a matter of how we desired the approach. And obviously he doesn't mind you putting this on speaker because he's already on speaker in an enclosed space, but obviously, like, depending on, he doesn't, unless you tell him, he doesn't know that you're in your haven as well.
Yeah. Well, yeah, we'll go ahead and we'll put it on speaker. We'll bring in Leon on this one because I think this was Leon's initiative to replace pennies.
Yeah.
I think it was everybody's, but I think Leon voiced it the most.
Yeah.
I pulled the trigger.
Well, subtlety is always preferred, but by force, I mean, you mentioned approach. By what means do you think you could have this done?
Well, he takes a breath. Teary Eyes is popular, and he has his support. If that support were to conveniently leave the Warrens while the Hounds are obviously maintaining the front, the Warrens would be near to empty, save a host of famuli that could also be dealt with, I more than easily imagine.
Are you suggesting that we go down into the Warrens and kill?
I only say that it is an option that we have considered, and if expediency was the aim, it would definitely be the fastest.
Well, Jackie, how diehard are you for the Camarilla? I say, putting a gun to the back of your head.
I would say that kind of a trick question, considering that there's 100 ways to answer that one. Well, being diehard to the Camarilla.
So let's go down.
Oh, that's how you want to play it. Well.
No, I mean, you know the city better than me, so I don't know if pennies might not like or would put up a bigger fight. You know, we could always say, didn't poor old Horatia have little hidden network in the Undercity, and that's how some Sabbat got through? And you know, some accidents may have happened along the way, and poor old Penny's got caught up in the war. Another casualty.
That is a possibility that I was considering, yes.
Be right back.
So it just depends on how much of an issue Penny's is going to be for us.
Indeed.
Because obviously they're not going to like being ousted in such a manner.
That is correct.
Definitely not. Unlife is usually undesirable, but no. It would definitely be a push, but it would potentially be doable in the immediate future. Whereas the pieces are set, it's just a matter of calling all the pieces to be arranged.
Well, Jackie, I can arrange for a certain measure of amnesty if this is in the Camarilla's best interest.
Let's see.
But ultimately, I'll let you call the shot here. And of course, we can't take Azad to this, you know that, right? So,
naturally, he probably wouldn't be very amenable to the concept.
yeah, well, I was thinking more of his mouth not being amenable to the concept of hiding a secret from the prince.
That is true.
Did any of you murder Penny? Everybody looks normal.
What do you mean? We didn't murder Penny. Oh, fuck!
No,
God damn it!
He looks redder than all hell. He suddenly gets the fucking stigmata flaw.
Instant blood sweats.
What do you mean? We didn't kill pennies. I didn't even know you could kill pennies. You know what? We killed pennies. They killed pennies. We're all guilty.
Kill us, please. It is a swifter than your condemnation.
I didn't kill pennies on a Tuesday. Azad said there's.
I did not kill pennies on Wednesday. Did you kill pennies on any other day, Bellas?
Cells, interlinked.
My prince, I plead oopsie daisies. I'm sorry. Continue, I'm sorry.
I think for the unity of the court, having a troublesome primogen such as pennies might be detrimental going forward after the threat of the Sabbat has been ended.
Is there, however?
I think if the directness is something that we wish to tolerate, then I think we could have a good enough reason to do so, yes.
Well,
of course, subtlety is always preferred, but I can't imagine pennies causing us any direct harm to the war effort.
Well, there's always... Of course, Horatia had support to find special places within the Undercity. It may come as a temporary knock to Clan Nosferatu, but one which collusion and, of course, with the whole Warrens being apologetic and helping with the war effort in turn, and being on the front lines, to apologize for such a collusion with the enemy. Surely the prince can see past Penny's collusion with Horatia and to let Sabat into the city. And thus allowing for our justified killing.
Yes,
Of the
that would
woman.
be the suitable casus belli. Perhaps jumping the gun with the Lex Talionis, but in matters of immediate response, I think there would be easy enough justification, yes.
Yeah, ultimately, the execution and investigation would be upon my end as an Archon, and simply wrapping up the Horatia investigation as we have delivered her to Arkham, just cleaning up the loose ends in the murdering of her, or sorry, the swift execution of her collaborators.
Indeed.
Which does fall within my purview to do.
A completely reasonable argument. And when when blame needs to fall, Nosferatu are usually the first one to go.
But of course, to make up for this grievous slight against the Praxis, they will, of course, help in the war effort. Unconditionally.
Like they are already doing. All the
Wow.
better. How convenient.
I love it when everyone is
plan
patriotic
comes together.
like us. So it is just
Managed democracy is a moral imperative. The will of Super Earth will be imposed across all kindred.
Amen.
So it really just depends on, again, Jackie, you call the shot here. If you want to go in, clean out the Warrens, get out, we can do that. Or we can let the vote happen at a later date and risk the upset and ire of a ousted primogen. Which I think is a dangerous malcontent.
No more loose ends.
Okay. Well, we have to find a way to make sure Azad is occupied. Who do we want to include in our team?
Well, I don't know about you youngins, but I volunteer, and Penny's, or not Penny, Peepers will
Penny's
volunteer.
No, she found out.
She said,
Yeah,
I'm coming for you, bitch. I'm coming for you.
Yeah, it's not
close the
quite
connection. Go.
it's not quite so mirthful, but Peepers, knowing that this is probably the clean way to go about it, he will opt to join the group and guide them through the Warrens once they make it through the Undercity, as the best way to approach the Warrens would be through the Undercity.
I was about to say that trying to enter the Warrens is without any Nosferatu is a quick way to step on a landmine, and that's a funny explanation you're going to have to give to somebody.
That it is.
Well, Charles, we also have a little gun you might want to test out. You want to test out a little 6-shooter, cowboy? What? Hello?
The gun is ready. I know he said he'd be RB. I
Oh.
don't know if he's back yet but well, we'll carry on. He could also be muted. One of the two things happen. But all are in on the plan, except Azad, who will be building sandcastles.
How do you want to detain Azad?
We could always do it during one of his Banu Haqim meetings. Just say, yeah, you go to your Banu Haqim meeting. We'll
Yeah, we wouldn't want to impose.
yeah.
Well, he has to meet with the sheriff and get preparations underway and,
Hey,
and
we
make
could
sure that all the hounds are ready. So,
yeah, we could do that too. You let him take care of that, and then we take care of our business.
yeah, well, this is a part of our preparations.
Yes, the preparations.
Our preparations for a strong, unified praxis, peace, security.
We'll call this Operation Preparation P.
I like it.
Okay. Well, cool. Excellent. I do love a little bit of murder. I'm not gonna lie. I've been without it for a little bit of time.
It's not murder. It's completely justified because she's the enemy of Camarilla.
Oh yeah,
It's
I know
political
that.
expediency.
I'm expediting my my investigation with a bullet to a loose end.
Indeed. And you all voted.
Do we want to tell Powell about it, or do we want to, like, do we want to just cover it up, or do we want to expose this thing as the truth?
Don't look at me. I don't know anything about politics.
I have a thing that I could use, but I don't know if I want to use it yet.
Well, if it were, I think, unless you were going to use whatever power you were going to use to justify it, probably
Well, I
best
can do that
this-
regardless. I'm talking about I can, once per session, I can go, hey, is this a bad idea?
Oh,
I can use the force.
well,
Oh, you got the John power, but
Yeah, I have the John power.
Have a saga power.
I search my feelings.
Yeah, I can search my
Bad
feelings.
idea.
Does this get me one step closer to my destiny?
It does. Do it. Do it now.
kill
Does it get me
him.
closer to my destiny? Yeah? Okay, class of planet.
Kill her. Kill her now. She won't see death coming.
I would imagine if you were going to use your justification for it, then that would stand beyond all reason, and I think that Powell would be more than happy to have Triarii as somebody within the Primogen Council and more amenable to Powell's general policies, more so than Penny's ever was.
Okay, so we want to kill her, and then I'll release the, hey, I've killed one of your Primogen.
Yes, for being a traitor.
Yeah. Okay. So not before. Let's go. Hey, sorry, Powell. I know. I don't have to tell you beforehand. I don't really. But telling you beforehand would have made things more messy anyway. So I just did it, and now I'm telling you.
I can make her account on the internet say, I have evidence that will lead to the arrest of Prince Powell.
Yeah, no, that would
Well-
do it. That would absolutely do it.
We did. The Camarilla played that game, and it got us in a lot of mess in the first place. So let's not do that game.
Massive oversimplification. The Anarch threat is really what led to the distasteful mess.
Hey, we don't need to mention
was
that on the phone.
the sec-
Shut up, bitch. Ha!
I will set the record straight. So yes, I think that
Okay, cool. So we just have to wait tactfully when Azad is otherwise occupied.
Indeed.
Correct.
Okay. Cool.
In DDO.
Because then we can tell him after. We just don't want to tell him before, you know?
I think that he will be more than happy to have had some. We are making sure that traitors do not have a place anymore. We're cracking down on disunity.
Yeah, disunity.
A political statement that does not come from Powell himself, but from the will and spirit of the Camarilla itself.
Yes. Okay, cool.
Very good.
In
Plan
D-
made.
With that being the case, what is our first stop for the evening?
I got a hunt.
That you do.
I can hunt too. Not that I really need it, but you know, just going down would be good.
You know what? If I edit this.
What's the difficulty?
I think
it's
in this,
3.
yeah, it's 3. What did you want to edit, John?
Can I take half?
Without a rouse, yes.
Yeah, without a rouse.
Yep.
Nope, that ain't what I wanted.
Did you
I
unlock
forgot that auto rolls it. Yeah, it actually shows up as onks instead of bags now in the system. So I thought that maybe if I updated it, it would have worked, but it didn't. Anyway, charisma, persuasion. 3, 5. Yeah. I think this one counts.
Holy fuck! Why don't you just take half, dude?
Oh.
Because he's a Ventrue and I could walk in and say, I'm sorry, but somebody bit this one before, you stupid.
No.
Hey, you revealed it to everybody, not me.
Someone bit this one before, but not only that, somebody else sucked them off before they did it.
You can't do that, dude. That's no. Yeah, I'll go ahead and select 2 there. First stop. Speaking of sucking off the man.
You want to do that?
Wake the fuck up, Chris. We got a network to set up, or something. Remember, we have to go to town hall and get that network set up.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that.
Also, when is the Ventrue board meeting? I know it was supposed to happen after Elysium. When is that happening?
We'll roll that over into probably the next session, because there's something I want to scrub off before we get to that point. So we'll just say it's tomorrow, because I think that'll be a good approximate for it.
Today is tomorrow.
Yeah, today is tomorrow.
Today's tomorrow morning.
So yeah, we could go and do that. Let's lay this, sorry, let's put this rooster in the hen house. Time to gather up these doggies.
That's probably one of the worst ways you could have ever said that.
My man's down. Bad, bad, bad.
Hey Tony, are you back?
I was back for that.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
hey,
perfect time.
you want to go on a live shooting exercise with your shiny new gun?
Yes.
Hey,
Okay, cool.
I would.
That's all you need to know. Thank you.
hey,
Also, Tony has his own phone call, right? Like, what
No.
about his elder waking up?
No, he
Oh,
was
no?
the only one that didn't.
Yeah,
Hey,
Shiny,
not
what is
having
up with
phone
that,
call.
Charles? What's wrong?
hey,
Who's that
Charles.
phone call by?
Wait. I've got a more pressing question. The gun, was it forged from Excalibur?
We
How
can
are you supposed
ask
to know
it.
that?
Yeah, ask your new pal gun. Is it Excalibur?
Do you pull out the gun to ask it, or are we talking to your hip?
I would reach into the coat and procure the gun and look at him and be like, "What is your name?"
This old fucker's got amnesia. I'm old Doctor's ass kicker.
Oh yeah,
Bitch.
I'm retarded. I'm fucking looking at the thing here. I'm stupid. I don't say that part.
Yeah.
Charles says, "Yeah, okay. Are you forged from Excalibur?" He says it kind of sarcastically.
Okay, now see, I was in the coat. I was listening the whole time. Point me to the one that that it was asking the question.
I kind of like point the gun towards Chris, but not like aiming it at him. Kind of like the eyes,
Right.
kind of like aiming it down. Like, can you see him? I'm not. It's not loaded anyway, Chris. It's
Yeah,
fine.
the
I'm
muscle-
not
Watch out,
squeezing
Chris. He's
the
got a
man.
turn. I think it's a kill shot, Chris.
Yeah,
That's a kill shot.
Yeah, you
That's
see
Holman like a
the
gangster.
you
Yeah, I
just-
actually just put the gun to Chris's head. Do you see him? This is the guy. No.
in the
Hey, see, the gun's not loaded. See, look down the chamber. It's not loaded.
yeah.
Hey, you want
But
to put like a fucking book to your chest and just see if it goes through, Chris?
No.
you can watch the muzzle move as the gun talks, and he says, "King Arthur, the fuck's that?
It's
It's
me.
time.
I'm King
Talk to me
Arthur.
like I'm right here."
Are you forged from any famous swords, or like what's your deal? What's your how did you become a gun?
Well, you see, when a mommy and a daddy love each other very much, they don't get you.
What? What?
God, he's got an attitude.
I
No,
think he's a little upset, dude.
but well, he does actually say that. He says that exactly like that. But after the minute, and after laughing at its own joke, it will then say, "I was forged because one of the fucking dreaming people made me. I don't know what from. I mean, do you ask what your fucking mom and dad were up to fucking 9 months before you were born?"
Yeah. Why? You don't?
Listen, amnesia, point me back towards yourself or somebody. Probably referring to Charles in that. This guy's a fucking freak.
Charles doesn't point the gun directly at himself, but he just kind of like cheekily talks to the gun. What's your name again? Who are you?
You remind me of someone I used to know named Brian. I shot him. No, but now this guy's a freak. Getting all hot and bothered asking fucking parents about shit. Put me away.
Charles shrugs as he just kind of puts the gun back in the holster. Like, all right. He just kind of like looks at Chris and just shrugs, like,
Yeah,
that attitude.
yeah. I don't know what I was expecting from that.
I wasn't expecting Chris to say yes.
Guy's a freak. Put me back.
Chris, I want you to be proud of the fact that you just actually mentally stun-locked a creature forged by a fucking fae.
like
How
the
did you
vampire.
manage to do that?
I didn't think that it would. I thought it had heard stranger things before than that.
I'm impressed. You should keep up that sort of energy when you meet whoever you're going to be meeting.
I don't plan on it. No, I'm not. I'm not going to. What was that? Stun lock? I'm not going to stun lock the lady I'm meeting with. I don't think that would be a good idea.
Ah, well. Alright, so, things on the menu. Your meeting, we have to set up that, system with the mayor.
Nap time.
That will probably take like
It is.
15 minutes. But yeah. You could probably just say you do it and then hand wave it, because Chris can take half on the roll.
That's true, but I need to feed him the next dose of Vitae anyway.
Sure. You can.
Can't get something from me.
Let's put it to bed, Dom. let's bring the cows home.
Yeah, like, bring the cows home. Rouse to feed the mayor.
Please follow the game rules between yourselves
I
and
wish
the DM.
I need to take up all night, dude, for from the Bloodstained.
No.
Yeah, please refer to Bloodstained Love when RPing with the DM.
I was
Dom, I will
going to
direct
say,
you to pornography and play and Bloodstained.
What?
Let's go ahead and power a link and
Tony,
on the
your
AO's
normal
boat.
line about VTM, you can say it right now.
I don't even think that line applies anymore. Like John, are we sure that you're not like getting involved in some shenanigans on that Discord there?
Ooh, damn. But, irregardless, blood is fed. Do you need to rouse for Blush of Life, or are you a freebie now, John, with your latest increase? I think you...
Let me double check. I don't think so at level 8. I think level 9 is the lowest, but I get to reroll twice for Blush of Life, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, so... Oh,
It works for me.
there you go. You feed the mayor, and the mayor feeds you. Nah. However, you choose to interact. You acquire what you need for Leon. And I'm assuming you make him forget.
Yeah, thankfully this all happens in 5 minutes.
And John, do you want to know?
I don't think
do you
I
want
do.
to want to succeed at a cost for me to just kill the meme? Because I could, and it's so easy. And I don't know if you're a masochist and you just love the meme too much, or
I am owning the meme, but there's no way to escape it otherwise unless you haven't.
there is an easy one I think you've overlooked.
Oh
But
god.
it's up to you. Succeed at a cost, or just
What's
leave
the
it be.
cost?
I
What
don't
was the
know.
cost?
Once I tell you, I think part of the cost is you not killing yourself after this game, but
He sucks the mirror off so hard he dies. That's the cost.
Sorry guys, you had it backwards all along. I'm gonna fuck the
the courtesy to give him a goddamn reach up. But do you want?
Let's go. Let's lean heavy into it, Dom. Give me the full broadside of this fucking.
Yeah.
Let's get it all out.
Level 1 discipline. Look in his eyes. Hand him a glass vessel and say, "Come in this cup."
Very easy.
Yeah, very, very easy.
Yeah, it was never.
But
Well, we're gonna move on from this one. I think we've said enough.
so Jackie does whatever it is he needs to do to get his sample and feed the mayor. And then all is done. And the meme
All right,
is
moving
complete.
on. Yes. So, else on the menu. Let's see. Really, I'm kind of waiting on that Ventrue meeting for some of my things, but
Well,
Pennies is on the menu.
Pennies is on the menu. Going down the list, there's a couple
I have a
meetings.
lot of things, but mine are like solo dolo meetings.
Yeah, there's a couple meetings
Um,
at Succubus Club
Yeah.
for everybody, not just Leon, but Leon. There is a visit for the whole coterie, not just Leon, but I mean, Leon can have his conversation with Miriama at St. Mary's, but everybody's invited to St. Mary's Presbyterian Hospital. The state rep is still in prison. Talking to him is an
yeah,
option.
I also don't want to do that without Con.
Mr. Vespa is on the docket for a conversation or two. I think 2 people in the coterie want to talk to Hernando Vespa. And not to mention, we've got, again, Undercity. We've got all of the friends we've made along the way, including all of our not necessarily friends. And
Yeah, so whatever you guys want to do. I have to meet. I gotta meet with the Anarch solo, and 2 Regents solo, and that's really it solo. So I have 3 meetings solo.
I think
want to knock out Chris's meeting and or maybe
I think
visit
so.
Vespa.
I think that was where I was leaning towards. Yeah.
Does Leon want to pass anything to the group? Because I think he also might want to talk to Vespa a little bit.
Do I want to talk to Vespa?
There was your first letter you received after last session, wherein he was mentioned by Powell.
Oh, right. I have to review that. I forgot about that completely. I forgot about that part.
Yeah, it was just a quick little aside in there about his activity.
Let me look at that again. I thank you for reminding. I completely forgot about that. Oh, okay. So, guys, I kind of want to inform you all about this because we are in this together. We are a team players.
Good start. Good start.
Good start. I know. I'm good at. In your
Starting.
case, prefacing. Everyone else is prefacing.
Why'd you say it like that?
Well, I know where you got this little jar from, you know. You like a little pre on your face, you know.
Huh?
Huh?
What? Where?
The Red Talons, kill on
Definitely,
sight,
Yes.
all of them.
Yes.
They have been moved to kill on sight from the official
Yes.
from the Camarilla.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, like we're eliminating them in their entirety.
Yes.
Let me read this about Vespa. One and on. Okay. Yep. All right, so I have to meet with Vespa. Let's go do that.
All right. Yeah. Are we gonna do Chris's meeting first or Vespa's meeting?
We
first?
can do whatever, but bringing Vespa to the Succubus Club would be most excellent.
Indeed.
Very good. I think I can do that.
Yes, you can.
Actually,
You will-
not the Succubus Club. We have to go somewhere else for that.
What?
Well, rules of Elysium, you know, even there's certain
Yes,
things.
You can't break,
Yeah.
you can't break your
Yeah,
own rules
yeah.
naturally. So
yeah. Domain, perhaps,
but
or
I would-
outside of domain.
Yeah, so things are going to get a little hands-on with Vespa. That's all I gotta say. So can't be
I feel
Elysium.
like- So what exactly has Vespa done?
It's more what he's not doing, you know. And- I can't really say, but powers that be want him, okay? And so I got to move him. And that's being charitable. I'm sharing information with you guys. So I can't do that in Elysium because Elysium, you know, the rules.
Yes. You can't invite somebody under the pretense of Elysium and then violate it. It would ruin.
Yeah, I mean the bad look for everyone.
Um,
We have to maintain decorum.
well, is this related to Ventrue business?
Slightly, yes.
And Whole Mana could be a possible meeting place.
As long as it doesn't get messy, when I just gotta take him. I'm black bagging him, you know, like I'm
I see.
I'm not hurting him or anything. I gotta black bag him and move him.
Move him. Is he being moved out of the city entirely? Like he is completely black bagged, or are we saying that this is a relocation
I don't know where they're gonna move him.
somewhere else?
They're just I gotta black bag him and deliver him. That's. He's kind of compromised, or potentially compromised.
I keep wanting to ask questions, but I know you're not going to give them. to me.
Okay, it's not that I can't, I won't give them to you because, you know, we're in this together. We are a team. We are a family, capital F, you know,
Just not right now.
but I can't.
Mm-hmm.
And it's not,
Are you being like literally compelled, as in you?
No,
can't, or
I can't as in, I don't really have that information to give you in the first place.
I see. All right. Well, I think that's completely fair.
You know, there's kind of something that's going on, and he is a prime target in that investigation. So
Well,
what you do what you got to do with him beforehand, and you know, get what you want, and then I'll move him, and whatever the powers that be, move him after that. And if he comes back, he comes back. You know, but it's out of my hands at that point.
right.
Dom, would I just like call people to come pick him up, or like do I?
I think that would be fair. I wouldn't, in this circumstance, I wouldn't say you need to expend any background dots in the immediate. Like, I mean, obviously, if they ask something of you after, that is what it is. But no, you could easily, with just the idea behind some of your backgrounds and lore sheets, be like, okay, next steps, and the pieces would move accordingly.
Okay, cool.
But for options for Jackie, Whole Manor is an option. You might need to talk to Craster just to get it approved, but it would potentially be an option secure. But how much you tell him is maybe contingent, though there are other places. You have, through Chris, a secret haven in domain. You do have Drew Mall's haven in domain that he is not currently at. There is also the General Hound's haven in Powell's domain that you basically have free access to through Azad. Any and all of the above.
In that case, I think, yes, being somewhere within our domain and just making sure that everything is above board.
Yeah, and I don't want to complicate things by getting other Ventrue involved, and I don't want to have to pull rank, like I prefer not to do all that stuff.
So what I want to know at least is, tell me that this actually comes from
This comes from Lucille herself.
Then it's done. Oh, never mind.
Yeah, I'm not bullshitting. This comes from Lucille.
Okay, well then, why the fuck didn't you say so? Let's get this bastard to the
What do you think the answer do, motherfucker?
Well,
Jackie's having a fucking...
I'm a fucking Archon. I'm from Justicar.
Well, I think that there's a lot of moving parts that I think it could have been involved in. I had missing pieces.
I literally imagine Jackie go, yeah, but there's a tier list of Justicar.
Yes, there are Justicars, but there's only one Justicar for life.
May she ever reign, like, come on.
Like the Ventrue she is. No,
yeah,
but in that case, then it's done. Let's get it. What about Cash's Haven?
Cash's Haven is effectively the Hound's Haven.
Unmarked, unused, yeah.
You can effectively... Well, partially used, but the Hounds aren't around right now to use it, because the first Haven, Horatio firebombed, if you don't remember. Long time ago. Fun times.
Oh, that's right.
But the other one is not being used right now, so it is an accessible location.
All right. Well, I'll call him up. Let's get him.
Cool.
Indeed. Vespa will agree, thinking nothing wrong and having respect for the famous Jackie Young of Arkham. And he will make the arrangements to come this evening. And if that is the first stop, then that is the first stop. I will also voice my half-hearted condolences. I've been trying to do it for the past 30 minutes, but I think they finally killed AIO'd.
Oh, really? Hold on.
It errors out when you try to punch in a YouTube link. It says,
oh, no.
There's no music.
It can't be like this.
Yeah, I got that too when I tried to put something in.
Yeah.
It can't be like this.
I don't really like it.
No, I kind of understand.
Neurobot, I think, is better.
There's one.
Oh, well, hold on.
Oh.
Jockey still works.
I just got it to play.
Maybe it was temporary. Let me see if I can.
What's the string for that?
Just M/play input, and then you...
Okay, yeah, it's working again. It was temporarily down. What a fun time.
See, I gave you the API code for the bot too, if you ever wanted to host it yourself.
Yeah, I did. And I've been considering it because that's why I know they have it set up like that. It's so that they're a little more resilient
when it gets
than your
zapped.
Standard.
Yeah.
Yeah, but in any case, with Vespa en route, if that is the first stop, we may venture to him, or if you wanted to pace that out behind something else, we are game.
Where are we going for that?
Just down the road. It's
yeah, basically.
It's technically in Powell's domain, but it's It's not far into Powell's domain.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, it used to be where Drumal's Haven was, but I moved Drumal's Haven's dot, so it's not there anymore, but it's basically literally down the central road going south into Powell's domain just a little bit, so you can meet him conveniently and without too many prying eyes in a place that you basically have control over. Do you want Cash to be around, or do you want Cash to leave? Because he will.
Cash can't be here.
Yeah, he will. He will take his departure, waving hi to everybody and not overstaying the welcome, but leaving the keys inside and just say, leave him in the mailbox and call him when he can come back.
Very good. Thank you, Cash.
Indeed. He will step out. With that, we will move over.
Vespa, I'm here to discuss fashion with you. New key article of clothing for Ventrue. Black bags. Put this on your head. I can't see shit through this.
No, isn't it great?
Just imagine
you don't
like you're
mind-
blinking a really long time.
Well, you don't mind this club to the back of your head either, then.
Who cut the eye holes in this thing? I can't see shit in this.
But a limo will pull up. It parks, it actually parks at some point in the road where the parking isn't too terribly bad. And Vespa walks down to the stoop, blushed of life, and gives the customary knock on the door unless somebody's waiting outside for him. I'm going to say Azad is physically not disciplined, stealthed upstairs just in case he needs to unstealth and unstealth.
Split second his way. I'll be there to receive him.
Very nice, very cool. You have your pick of a number of bedrooms, any of which could have been occupied by any number of individuals, but all of which are at least a little bit reinforced for the quote-unquote safe tending of the individuals therein. So you could have planned this out in any of the rooms in which you will bring him and then leave him for Leon, or group question him, or however you want to run this.
Yeah, how do we want to run this, Boom? Do you want to...
Well, you guys do whatever you want to do first, and then I'll do my thing.
All
Because
right.
you guys also have to meet with him. When I meet with him, that's game over for him, you know?
Yeah. We'll see what we can...
It's so
grab
over
out.
for Vespa.
Hey, remember Honestad? Well, look into this camera. I produced a sauna from my coat. No, we'll bring him in, take him into the room. You know, somewhere nice and reinforced. Sit him down.
Indeed. One of the rooms has a couch in it.
All right, Mr. Vespa, I'm thankful that you're here. I got some questions for you.
Yes, all well and good. Jackie, how can I help you? I appreciate our recent business, and, well, it feels like we haven't talked besides that in a very long time.
Yes, we really don't get often around to having just social chats. Probably an unfortunate side effect of everybody's busy schedules, but we all have our things to tend to. Speaking of which, the things that you've been tending to, investigating into Horatia, the whole business with that water treatment plant. So, I recall that you had said that you and Mr. Kells had some sort of special endeavor, I believe is kind of how we referred to that back then. Would you mind elaborating on that for me?
He'll, in classic Ventrue fashion, agree and be entirely polite and hospitable and, answer with the how do you do of, well, Jackie, that is something I would be more than happy to do, but having said that, there's quite a lot that we Ventrue have in common, going back a long ways, that is quite special. To which are you referring, my dear friend? He has a habit for trilling his R's.
Pick that up from Crosser, did you?
No, south of the border.
Well, let's see. Under the circumstances, investigating the connections with Horatia, delving further into Horatia's assets, I understand that both Mr. Kells and you were involved in that sort of business. I think everybody on the board was in some degree, but you seem to have made the furthest progress involved with it, so I'm more so referring to this whole ordeal that you may have gotten yourself into regarding Horatia's delving into her cross-sect lines business dealings.
Ah, so you are wanting to know that I was looking into the matter of the lictor and to what extent I experienced hardship under Horatia's rule.
That would be correct.
Very good. All I wish to clarify. Yes, and yes. Each in varying degrees, I am sure. Horatia, it seemed, though agreeable at times, not so agreeable at others, very much valued her strong grip on the city, and while I caught her making no overt gestures outward, one could scarcely blame her for perhaps considering or making them more subtly. I tried to play a careful hand, being close to her, engaging what her reactions were. I would have liked to have come to an answer as to what happened to the lictor, but I am, well, maybe closer, but also maybe not any closer than Guy Kells, if he has given you a synopsis.
So no closer on the lictor.
Depending on what he told you. I don't know what he told you. We were not collaborating, as it were.
Assume that he told me nothing then, and I'll corroborate everything as I need.
Very well. I know that, well, obviously, the lictor was present at one point and then fell out with the entirety of the local group. We as his strategoi, or rather, not we, the strategoi who would answer to them, eventually would, at some point, come forward to make demands and, make themselves present to the board. This never happened, it seems. And all the more odd that no one can seem to name anyone involved with the lictor or any of the potential strategoi, save whichever one is keeping their identity secret, such as it is. I would say that a number of threats present themselves, but none terribly far from home. General distance and animosity towards a lictor is, well, almost unheard of. So, the strangest place is here in our city, where the oddity of the disappearance is known, but only just so.
Hmm.
I had some assistance from the High Court in corroborating a few findings, in talks I wasn't entirely prepared for. Namely, Powell's direct court. When I sent missives, he was surprisingly tolerant of my inquiries. I admit I did not want to trouble him over long, especially given his history with Rhode Island. It was, welcome, but I did not wish to overuse it. And in truth, I honestly don't know what he stood to gain from it, but, well, maybe he was curious about the lictor as well.
I would not be surprised by that.
Or strategoi. We should be saying strategoi there, not lictor. I got those terms backwards.
Yeah, I was thinking
that's-
strategoi.
Yeah, that's my bad.
Because I was like,
Board's got funny names, yeah, but they don't know who the lictor is for the strategoi. But the strategoi is the guy who is gone. Sad face.
is gone.
And
No
one
leads, just disappeared.
Yep, and no one seems to remember his name, is perhaps the comment that he makes most interestingly.
So, key pieces of information that could lead to some conclusions, but not actually any leads.
That is what I have written on paper.
You make it sound like you have something that you have not put on paper.
Well, fears and, well, the general oddness of the entire city is a hard thing to describe. I could no doubt write a dozen conspiracies about any one of the clans, making terrible, unspeakable mischief on the Ventrue for any number of reasons, and almost all of them would be, well, believable. I've written down the facts as they stand. But I will ask, if you would like, you may prompt a wits and insight check.
Who's good at these? Who's good at these?
I'm pretty good at them, but can I add my bonus to it?
I think that would be permissible.
What's
I
an
will assist.
insight?
Yes.
Yes.
Can I also assist?
One person can assist, but another person can roll. It's, well, you could roll. Like, multiple people can roll for it, but only one person can assist, I think.
Okay, I think John should assist Leon, and
Oh my goodness. That's rough.
Yeah, and I think... Oh, I didn't mean to roll that, or I didn't roll anything. Never mind. I thought I clicked somebody's intelligence. It was just perfect timing. That's 5 successes. That's fucking crazy.
That's 3.
No,
Oh, my bad.
that's a Leon
Yeah.
willpower reroll.
Jackie, are you gonna assist somebody? Can you assist with insight? Do you have a skill point in it?
I do. However, Boom, did you already add my insight
I did.
assist?
Okay.
Then yes, I was
Azad
anyway.
will assist Chris. I'll just say he's kind of passively listening in.
All right. Roll that 1d10, Tom.
He
9,
got
that's
it.
4 successes, not bad.
And with that being the case...
5 successes.
Oh my god,
Nice.
he's huge. I'm gonna
Nice.
roll something, but I need to actually make sure that this doesn't have an extra bonus on. I don't think it does, but what I think and what is reality is sadly not always the same thing. And nope, does not apply. Okay, cool. Then he is going to roll the standard, and he is not rousing. Show us what potato salad looks like. 2 does not pass. Leon, it's a tie, but it's still... Oh, no, it's not.
Yeah, I
No.
beat him by one.
Yeah, he beats.
He beats both. There is... It's not so much duplicity. He's not trying to hide things from you, but you can make out as you sit and you talk with him that as he speaks, it's... He's being upfront, he's being honest, but sometimes the way he routes through words and through his phrasing, it's almost like he's testing you. Again, the little remark about what's written down. Obviously, he comes back to it with a direct answer that appears honest, but there's something in those conspiracy theories that suggests he definitely believes in something. Maybe more than something else, even if he doesn't have evidence for it. Almost in the same way that the mayor was very overt in his defenses against you, Vespa is a little more subtle and just keying his way along, perhaps like a blind man with a walking pole, making sure he's not about to walk off a cliff. Not out of fear of you necessarily, but seeing what effects his words have on you.
Well, clearly there's more to this, Mr. Vespa.
Clearly.
So, if all we have is no solid lead, then we must rely at least on some form of speculation, because we can't rely on this case going cold. The stakes are too high.
I agree completely. What do you think happened, Jackie?
Hmm.
You see him watch you intently as you think on it.
Well, Mr. Vespa, let's be outright with each other then. How very strange that nobody can remember a strategoi of great importance's name. That alone speaks to some higher volume of mental manipulation on people who should not be able to be mentally manipulated. Clearly, we're dealing with somebody who is knowledgeable and has great power over the use of dominate.
Someone like yourself, Mr. Young.
I would certainly not say that. I'm more inclined for other disciplines.
Understood. I merely suggest that I've seen you use the more potent forms of dominate in most of your public interactions, and I do understand that you've made quite a rise for yourself in the past year or so. Change. I mean no offense. Just before, you were a little more keen to play the defense, whereas Well, ever since a certain upset, you've been on the move and on the climb, which I can only give you praise for.
Well, Mr. Vespa, I appreciate that there'd be no offense intended. However, I feel like I should touch on that point a little bit more. How exactly do you mean?
You have fought well, as you always have, but the city has responded to you more greatly now than it has in the past 100 years. And moreover, your motion in the Ventrue has passed with almost no forewarning and no immediate gambles. The Ventrue have a hound. Not only this, but you have now just ended the reign of a terrifying and blightful praetor that threatened to drive us all into the ground. You are immensely impressive, Jackie Young, and I respect you for it. I might also even say I might fear you for it.
I would say that conventional venture wisdom would say that a healthy amount in both respects is good for business.
Good for business. Good in the family, I think perhaps, but at the same time, and all this time, I have been effectively a wallflower in your eyes, and, well, I have hoped that that was a curse, more so than a blessing. Would you agree?
Not in any particular way, either for or against. I would say that simply because we have not interacted with each other, it would not have been detrimental or harmful for you.
I agree. Having just agreed, I will also say that it does not have a great deal of, well, impact on what I am about to ask you, since you answered my question so forthrightly, and, well, I don't want to hide behind the endless wall of questioning. I asked you what you think happened, and think you deserve to hear what I think happened.
I've got a feeling, but I'm ready to hear it.
Somebody powerful in this city dealt with the Strategoi, somebody who could have gotten close, somebody who wouldn't have been noticed, somebody who it would have been at least believable to approach, or so overwhelming to approach that, well, it didn't matter. The only people I can think of before or after, or in both quantities, are someone like Prince Powell, and, well, somebody like you, a Ventrue of great power. They are in a building of your choosing, and I have accepted my fate at this point. Jackie Young, have you worked with the Prince to take care of the Strategoi?
Well, Mr. Vespa, frankly, I have to appreciate your willingness to entertain the thought. I think a healthy dose of paranoia is good enough for all of us. However, I must vehemently say that that is so delusional that I could not actually conjure any sort of notion that would more strongly deny it than I am right now. No, that would be so utterly and forthrightly insane that it would be on the verge of utterly ludicrous.
I also have to say, I don't know what a Strategoi is. So, he would have... Ooh.
Very good. Well then, we are both no closer, but you now understand what I believe. Someone with the ability to pass, or manipulate, or control the Ventrue, of which there are a few in this city, namely Powell, maybe Allison Wainwright, maybe... He goes on, but I will effectively say, with your dialogue choices in your previous roles, that It definitely seems like Vespa doesn't know. The big, in quotations, no, in the way that you maybe now do. That being said...
But he's close.
Yes, and he obviously has things to speculate on that he probably hasn't put forward, but he seems to believe this pretty strongly, and the fact that it isn't you and that he hasn't triggered some death phrase to get you to kill him in this enclosed room is a relief that placates him at least a little bit.
Right where I want him. Code phrase, onomatophobia. Well. Unfortunately, that means that you don't have any more pieces of the puzzle than that I could utilize.
None.
But
Well, go ahead. Finish that and I'll continue as him.
you're along on the path.
He nods and he'll say, none of the pieces that truly matter, but since, well, you stated such, and I have, at this point, no reason to disbelieve you, having volunteered for the belly of the beast, and or worse. I guess I can tell you that, well, I was, in effect, the protege of the Strategoi, and it was he, through a letter to Horatia, that got me appointed as a Quaestor on the Praetor board in the first place. And it's just so damn odd. I mean, more than just them forgetting the Strategoi, people forgot that tidbit about me on the board, my Quaestor status. And even people outside of Arkham just seemed to ignore the fact that I no longer reported for my duties. So I've just been, well, maybe like you, maybe not, just playing the game, prodding and poking the pieces. That's why I voted against you, by the way, so long ago. I'm terribly sorry about that.
Oh, was that because you thought that I had done something to the Strategoi? Or was that because you...
I thought it would be a useful provocation if you were to side with Horatia and feign up the game, as it were, in a superficial, respectful motion, and then turn it around and see if it had a lasting impact, and it didn't, which gave me some comfort, but, like you said, healthy dose of the paranoia.
Well, considering your paranoia thus far, I can only imagine that if you actually thought that I was going to kill you if I was involved in this plot, then I must only assume that you had some sort of failsafe before you even came here.
Not a good one.
Not a good one?
Not a good one.
Well, that's a shame. Well, what were you thinking?
Well, I've got he opens the lapel and there's a small little microphone. My ghoul in the limousine, if I uttered a phrase before I assuredly would have died at your hands, if not the hands of everybody else. A single word, I could have sent him along, and he might have given my last words to, well, of all people, Guy Kells. Odd thing there, asking your rival to please remember you fondly.
I look at Leon. Fucking dumbass.
We got it.
Well, you know, I'm kind of surprised that you would not have considered that Guy Kells would have been in on it.
I absolutely do, but the thing is, he lacks any form of subtlety and is crass as the grass, as they say. So
Fair enough.
I believe I would have sniffed out his being a flesh puppet a long time ago.
Yes.
Easy to trick conventionally, but I was hoping my untimely death at your hands might have stirred something of a concern in him, but maybe not.
Well,
Well, good thing we're not planning anything of the sort.
yes. I
I hold the gun behind my back.
I'm not gonna belabor the point. If I were gonna kill you, I wouldn't have done it in the same meeting. That would be so terribly droll.
If you were
Right.
in your own mind, which was my biggest concern, over a long time you've been a respectful kindred, and I didn't doubt you, but powers that be.
Powers that be, of course. Oh, Mr. Vesper, it hurts that you're so close to the truth, and the fact that I can't reveal it to you.
That raises
Well-
an eyebrow. Oh?
Unfortunately, that's where we bring an end to that conversation. Vespa, continue looking at him.
He hits him with the blackjack over the
Yeah.
back of the head like this fucking thief. All of this to say that however difficult that this target eludes us, but rest assured that I have noticed the same thing, and I am also investigating it. Take that as a measure of comfort.
Very good. How snugly are we resting?
Oh,
Like a bug in a rug.
I give him that look. I'm like,
That's rough, buddy. Avatar: The Last Airbender
That's-
fucking look.
Bad day, huh?
that's rough, buddy. How good are we resting? Ignorance is a hell of a thing. It might be better for you to have a nice dose of it.
He'll nod.
Well, terrible bit of business.
Terrible
What?
indeed. He reaches into the other side of his jacket. He does actually smash the little listening device in his palm. It's like a fucking dime, so it's not like a feat of super strength. It's like fucking breaking.
Yeah.
But he reaches into the other side of his jacket and he pulls out a cigar case. And he opens it up and he'll actually offer them outwards if anybody wants one.
Yeah, I'll take one.
Yeah, let's smoke up.
I would also take one.
I look at the cigar. This doesn't have a bomb in it, does it?
He lights his up and he's like, if it does, he's already. But no, it doesn't.
See, that's
seem
the
like
second
it.
failsafe. What is this, a Looney Tunes cartoon? Am I supposed to smoke it and it blows up in my face? I get ash all over, my hair blows back. I look ridiculous.
Well, you do know
Yeah.
that they tried to get Castro with that gag, right?
You could
They
always
did?
tell.
Yeah, they
Yes.
did.
I think, I mean, just based on the composition of a cigar, you would be able to really tell.
And it would have blown up by now, he says, already inhaling again. Anybody that wants to enjoy the cigar actually, and not just meme, it's Blush of Life. And obviously it's muted, but you'd at least, like, appreciate
Yeah.
that the sensation is there, even if it is not satisfying.
Wow, that's unfortunate.
Make sure you tick one of
Make
those
sure you
back.
say you're,
Yeah.
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 Well, I mean, it's good to have one cigar before this guy gets taken off to the black site.
Not the black site, the white site, because it's the Ivory Tower.
Yes.
We're the
He's,
good guys.
he's being
remember.
taken to Ventrue re-education camp.
Well, then, would we use a white bag then? Over his head? Or still a
No,
black
don't be
bag?
ridiculous. It's still a black bag. Come on.
I think white bags are reserved for Craster.
It's a special requisition.
That was my hard R joke. When I was like, I rolled my R's and I was like, oh, you learned that from Craster?
Yeah, exactly. Enjoys the cigar and accepts whatever happens after.
Good way to at least end this conversation then. Good victory cigar, but I think I'll remand you over to my associate Leon.
He'll nod his head once the cigar is spent, putting it out, offer you a handshake, and say, has been a good time, Mr. Young.
Yes, Mr. Vesper. How unfortunate we didn't have more time of it together. You sound so fatalistic.
Well, some people say death and taxes, but what do the Ventrue do? Avoid them both.
Both.
Take it easy,
ain't that
Mr.
the
Young.
truth?
That's a pretty funny line. I'm not gonna lie.
Take it easy, Mr. Young.
Yes, Mr. Vesper. I encourage you to do the same. And I'll leave him for Leon.
Yeah, I'll call in the boys and
Yes, and there is the standard remit of whatever phone you have just used is now replaced, or will be. But it isn't too long before eventually somebody does come around, and you would be entirely remiss if they did not completely walk up to the door, and answer it with what appears to be just an average, youthful human, wearing standard fashion of the day with yo, Uber, and he's just like walks in like, I'm your Uber driver, but he kind of looks to make sure Vespa is in a state where he can be grabbed, and he will be black bagged, but it's a little more obtuse than that, as a careful use of hide or the obfuscate ability, the
Conceal.
conceal.
Cloak the gathering.
Yeah, literally bags him, then conceals the bag and marches him outside. But it seems like he still needs Vespa's guidance, as only one side, or perhaps just one bag, is concealed in a way that should not happen with conceal, but those of you with magical implements might know that not everything obeys mundane laws.
It's an Italian Uber driver.
By autist.
IATIS.
But Vespa departs in just as solid a condition as he entered. Surely he is fine.
He must be fine. Well, seems like he was on to the same game, but how unfortunate that he did not have anything more to contribute. Other than, I guess should I be flattered? I don't think I should. Being involved in a conspiracy to upset the balance of power. That would be ridiculous.
that would be ridiculous.
That would be ridiculous.
Anyway, when do you want to do pennies?
Well, I guess now's a good time. Anyway, let's go upset the balance of power.
Do pennies. You gotta
So,
You know, he's got. He
Wait,
has
wait.
particular hunting. We've already been over this.
Oh yeah. I
Yeah. So next
but-
stop. What do we want to do?
well, there is Chris's meeting, but I know Khan should be arriving soon, so we might want to get this one out of the way.
Do we really want to do
That way-
pennies now? Is that like prepared? And
It's possible. I don't think you'll.
Yeah, I don't want to like.
If we like speed run, if I pulled up the mountain, I'm like, okay, we skip everything. We just like, okay, roll combat right now. We
We're in combat
physically
now.
do
then
it.
In which case,
Yeah,
but
then
it
in which
would be
case
very
we should probably just
narrative.
do curses.
he's not gonna be
Yeah.
here next week either, right? Like we just do it next week.
Is he?
He said he's busy next Saturday, right?
I thought that was
I
this
think it was,
Saturday.
yeah, I think it was the 24th.
The 24th.
Oh,
But we
I
could
thought
we
he
could
was
come
also
up with an
busy.
excuse for it. We could even say that it's like you guys go now and then we just backtrack through it at another point. Or I mean, yeah, I could do that and I just like
At some point in this night, Penny's dies.
yeah, and I give him
like
control of
dies. Like we fucking kill her.
Indeed.
I pull out a brick and I kill her. I'd fuck up a vampire with a brick.
I would. I mean, we could just stake her if we really wanted to, but
No,
what would
we
be the
know.
point?
We're doing. If we're doing it,
Yeah,
we're doing
we're-
it.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I mean. No loose ends. No more loose ends. In
Yeah.
which case,
Or a
let's do
better
curses
city.
meeting.
Okay.
Yeah. It would take a
Well-
little while. Probably 2 hours or so. So still before midnight, but planning it out with peepers, getting to the Undercity with Charles, walking into the Warrens with someone that knows, being able to pretty much bypass the famuli and not having anybody, but maybe one person, we'll get to that, to question you. Penny's is alone and surrounded by 5 individuals who are more than dangerous, and I'm more than confident saying those 5 individuals will walk out. So, that being the case, we go back up to the Succubus Club to freshen up and socialize after a night of social restitution.
Murdering.
Dealing and
feels
dealing.
so good.
Sorry, I'm gangster. It's just what I do.
When do we want to tell Powell? Do we want to wait after the war? Like, how do we want to do it? I'll have her ashes, I guess. Like, I'll keep her ashes.
Well, probably dependent on
Actually, I
Peepers,
probably
so
shouldn't.
well, more dependent on Teary Eyes. If Teary Eyes is ready, let him just
Teary
we say,
Eyes
hey, your
will.
Primogen is dead, and then Teary Eyes steps up and is like, hey, I'm the Primogen.
Long live the Primogen.
Teary
The
Eyes is
Primogen's
going to
dead.
be
Long live the Primogen.
indisposed until Suleiman's dead, because he's out there,
So-
out there.
So after. That way we
Well, if we like the later that we declare that we killed her,
the
the more
strange it will be.
suspicious it will be. Yeah.
Yeah, you could do it early
That's a
and
good
just
point.
like have the lacking of a Primogen. It's just Teary
Yeah.
Eyes will accept and or step up after.
Yeah, we just casually bring it up. Oh,
But-
by the way, we killed.
We'll do it tomorrow. I'll announce it tomorrow. I'll tell Powell about it. Because I don't want to upset tonight's affairs too much.
Yeah.
That's fair.
Yeah.
And while you guys are at like the Ventrue meeting or something, I'll go talk to Powell.
Oh my god, dead kindred in my city? It's more likely than you think.
Happens to the best of us, but
Most often it happens to the worst.
thank goodness. But
Alright, so we're meeting what? Miss Tidfill, right?
you are meeting a stranger. You have a
Yeah, we don't know her. The boss.
Yeah, you could infer that, but she didn't say her name. But good call on you, John, for having a memory. No, it's explicitly like one memory, not your memory in general. But
I remove that memory.
mean-
I press dominate.
I need a taste of fairy blood.
but there will be a number of guests. Not this many though, sadly. And we will get people to the right room. Chris, yours was not necessarily a private meeting. Your friends are allowed to attend if they want. Leon has a few, and I believe he intends to keep most of them private, so he might be a little indisposed, but...
Well, do you guys want to meet this boss with me, or?
Yeah, I'm very curious. How did they get your number out of everybody?
He's a Malkavian. They always know this shit. They're fucking interlinked. It's a grand conspiracy.
I'm not a Malkavian. What are you talking about?
Yeah. Then how do you know them?
I just do, okay? Don't worry about it.
See, that's something a Malkavian would say. I know
Oh
you.
my god. Goratrix, you have such a feminine voice on the phone.
No, that's the other side of the room. Calm down.
You're the Matrix, what the hell are you doing?
See, this is why we aren't giving you any sort of power. You have such a feminine voice.
I have drawn you as the mage soy jack.
And I is the Chad sorcerer. The sorcerer. The virgin sorcerer versus the Chad wizard.
Oh my god, I needed that. So, I'll run through Chris's, because I think the rest will probably chain into each other, except the mystery meeting, which Leon may keep private, he may invite you guys to, but those two being here. Slide everyone in on. And I also noticed last time that the new art hadn't applied, but it will this time. As it is indeed Tidfil the Archivist, whom is perhaps just as Chris might have imagined her from the voice on the phone, and a similar presence that at least 4 of you have experienced before. I don't believe Leon has, sadly. One person from Game 1 did, and proceeded to be very rude, and that would have been very funny for continued activity on that character. But, irrespective of another the dress moment, literally, exactly, I've told John the story, but literally, okay, 90-second divergence. Literally, it's like Witch's fucking like touchstone event where things were happening, and she had an opportunity to interact with one of the anarchs, like the anarch Banu Haqim, independent Banu Haqim, and is like didn't interact with any of them, but did choose when like rolled really well, one of the few times they ever did. Discovered Tidfil was in attendance, and then like basically did the fucking Zuna, slash me cringes and leaves to the fucking Fae. Like, oh my god, I was gonna keep that in my back pocket, and it was not gonna be a good time. It was a very bad time, but 90-second divergence ended. She is comfortable by herself in one of the, well, one can find charm in the Succubus Club no matter how you look, in one form or another, and she is no different, though it seems she does have a book with her as she is depicted, but puts it away as the 4 of you do arrive.
Hello, how's it going?
Greetings, and well met, she says as she closes the book. Definitely not, hip with the lingo of the kids, not dropping a "saw dude" as you come in, but perhaps refreshed by the fact that you don't either. It is a nod of her head, not a bow of her head, that she gives as she faces each of you standing. Tidfil, we met before, I believe, and She turns to each of you and gives off your first names, not necessarily remembering your last names. I don't know that you were introduced to that degree. But is foremost
All right.
respectful.
Yep.
So,
yeah,
to what do I owe the pleasure of having you here, wanting to meet with me?
Well, our mutual friend, Midam, has told me a great deal about you and your recent interactions and how they have been positive, and some recent amusement has certainly brightened his spirits, which makes everything easier on everybody.
Yeah.
She nods. She doesn't seem to have the full story, but you might be able to sneak that in as she continues and says, as a result, ultimately, almost closed my notes. That's not good, but I didn't. This comes down to some business that I found, just sort of listening in while I'm here in town, that does concern you. So she gestures to one of the many seats in the private room. Would you like to sit down? She says as she is not sitting.
Oh, yes, of course. I sit down.
Indeed, and she remains not sitting as she says, ultimately, I have decided to reimburse your eagerness. I overheard some individuals referring to you in not a way that friends like us would communicate. I cannot say who they are, but I can say this. They have brought their banality to, well, the east of Arkham, Salem, the Innsmouth, and it is altogether unpleasant. In much the same way that you work your banality, she makes a gesture like typing with her hands. And there are two of them.
Oh, yeah?
Indeed, they do not appear to be allied. In fact, I believe they are fighting each other as much as they are searching for you. This is the reason they have not yet made contact.
Who are these individuals?
I can't say, but they are of your... She looks kind of around the room. Persuasion.
Because I do know that there is at least one person.
The very
looking
same.
for me.
The very same, but now there are two of them.
This is getting out of hand.
I fucking knew it. I knew it.
But she carries on. And that can be troubling. And so, more so, I could have given this information, traded it, and it'd have been all manner of things. The reason I am here... She sighs, not at you, but kind of just like, oh, well, here I go again. When the time comes, I can ensure they both arrive at the same place at the same time.
So, you can manipulate things, arrange things to where I can see both of them maybe figure out what their deal is.
She
Is
nods.
what you're getting at.
Yep, she nods.
I have a feeling I know of who one of them is. Don't know who the second one might be, though.
Well, that will be for you to determine. And after I reveal them, that will be about and gather them. That'll be about all I can do. The banality is difficult.
I would very much appreciate if you do this. I would, what, do you want anything in return?
No,
this?
Nidam has made it clear that he is interested in this outcome, and so it is, well, we'll call it a bonus on his wages, if we can use such mundane terms.
I look to the rest of the guys. Well, when would be convenient to sort this out?
Ultimately a question
Asking
you
us,
all
or-
answer, as I can be prepared at any moment. You just need the right tool.
Well, Chris, no loose ends.
Right. But, I say looking to the other three, we've got a lot going on right now. This is very important to me, to get to the bottom of what is going on with me. But we have a lot going on right now.
Well, considering the peril in the next few days, the next few nights, if you don't do it now, well, you might just die. And then what are you going to have?
How soon could you arrange this?
Well, I doubt you would want them here, but if you really wanted, 5 minutes, but again, I don't think you want them here right now.
No, I don't want them here in the Succubus Club. That would be a problem.
She nods as she reaches into the book, and oddly, as though she plucked a bookmark out from one of the pages, she extends a silver ring with a yellow gemstone in it.
I take it.
If you say my name into the ring will sadly disappear, but I will begin, and again, it should only take about the 5 minutes. And wherever it is you choose to be will be wherever I choose to bring them.
Right. Thank you.
She nods, and still standing, she looks around, seeming as though her business is done here. Not disdainfully at any of you, though seeming as though, like, now she is realizing, oh wow, this is not my place. I'd rather be in my place now. As she seems very eager to depart, but if you wanted to, you could try to pass 1 or 2 things by her.
Well, Miss Titfield, I did actually have a question.
Oh, she asks as she stops on her way to the door.
Madame passed along a note to me regarding ghouls out in the Delta. Would you happen to know anything more about that?
Only that it seems, well, one of yours has turned to their ilk for some purpose in the deeper Delta. What use they are in, well, the out there is interesting greatly to me, as I have to admit, for their unsocial behavior, they are remarkably low in their banality. But they are thoroughly unpleasant otherwise. I can only imagine it is something that requires a human touch, and I do not know what that is. I would like to, but I don't.
Oh. Hmm.
Were you to pass that information to Midam or others, anything of a non-banal nature, she again gestures to typing or emptying her purse and her wallet, gesturing as though she was going to make a payment. Those kinds of things that aren't, again, the typing or the paying of money are very interesting, and, well, she would be of interest.
Well, I will consider it in that case.
Indeed, they don't call her the archivist for nothing, and she will again proceed to leave.
Well, I won't stop her. Well, Chris? Want to do this soon? Or...
It would probably be best if we do this sooner rather than later.
I was thinking the same thing. In fact, I think I might know a good location to do it.
That was going to be my next question.
And he's back! We say kill 3 times and he appears! No. What's up, Khan?
Hello, Con.
Hello. I'm not at my computer, so I won't be able to log into the actual game as of yet, because I'm just grabbing my food and stuff. But I'll be on eventually.
No problem.
I'll be listening for now.
That's all good. Chris just had a fun meeting with a fun person, as in not Azad. No, but now we roll over to the meetings that Leon is in the alternate room that sadly is the reason he could not be in the same place. The Toreador are also here. I just haven't dragged them out for the sake of suspense, and the others might be able to join in on that one if you let them. If you don't, that's fine. Which of the 2 Tremere would you like to meet with first?
What is their disposition towards each other? Because if they're on friendly terms or friendly enough terms, we can just meet together.
You could meet them together. There's definitely an odd chemistry in the room. Illumitrix is, ironically, probably the proudest one of the 2 in the current circumstance, as he stands tall, repute, still respectful and deferential to you and your hospitality as you come in, but it seems almost, devil may care around Leolin, as though he doesn't completely respect the apparent greater success that maybe Leolin has had. As though there is something there that one might chide the other on.
Mm-hmm.
Yet, Leolin doesn't back down, but he isn't looking to put Illumitrix down, which maybe enables this slightly.
Okay.
So that is probably the air in the room, but as you step in, it is, again, all eyes are on you, and both... Illumitrix will probably more give a gesture that's a little more contemporary. Nod of his head, wave of his hand. Whereas the more polite and potentially younger, but more polite, Red Blade of the Coven bows and comes back up from the waist.
Well, thank you for coming. Glad you got my letters. I have to do this kind of fast, unfortunately, not to arouse too much suspicion from my friends meeting somewhat close. One, Leolin, more pressing information for you first. I've already told you a little bit about it, but there is going to be a war with the Anarchs. I'm sure you can feel it coming.
Oh, yes, I am very much aware, and I can imagine that the behavior of some of them could have done nothing to prevent it and done everything to encourage it. I appreciate the forewarning, and I'm interested to see what you have to say.
Well, what's up, Con?
I was gonna say, do you mind if I take a quick 5-minute shower, guys?
Yeah,
Go
that's
for it.
fine. Yeah.
Cheers, thank you. I'll be back in 5 minutes then.
Yeah, take your time. I'm going to meet with the Baron. I've already arranged a meeting for it to happen. And I don't know how far I can stop the war, but what I can try to do is spare more Tremere bloodshed as our numbers are thinning, and we're only just now recovering. And so I would like to urge you, Leolin, to encourage your members, all of them, to join the conflict against the Sabbat.
This much I can do, and I have already prepared. I have some of my members out there now. The only ones that aren't are, well, they're assisting in other ways, but I could make them put on a face if you think it would be a better show. Or if effect will be appreciated, then they are all doing their part.
Yeah, however, we need to have a sizable impact across all the houses upon the war, or upon this war, as the houses of Gortrix and Tremere are going to be less under scrutiny, as we're already heavily aligned with the Camarilla.
Yeah.
So you need to do your part in order to spare your house. And I want to do that. Whatever you need from me, I will also provide of no charge to you.
Leolin will nod. He appreciates it. And he will also encourage by saying, "It is well recognized, Leon. We are indeed Karna first, and if given the opportunity, the thing I would ask for most is..." He tilts his head. "If you would be so kind, I have Powell's ear as a general thing, but I would like it if perhaps you would entreat me, and if you could arrange a gathering, not of Powell, whom I share a relationship with, but there are a few people. You could be present for it, you might not. Namely, the Hound and the Scourges, as I wish to make the Seneschal might be of assistance as well, that our case as the Karna is that we have always been Karna first. Anarchs, largely as a matter of the current politic in House Tremere, though if that were to change, as your letter makes it sound, that does not need to be the future forever."
I do encourage, or I am trying to encourage its change, however, old blood does not run fast. As much as I've had disagreements with Gortrix and Karna respectively,
As we all. He agrees.
Yeah.
Not even at the Gortrix dig, but at the Karna dig.
Yeah. There are qualifications that you guys do meet that Tremere does not. And it is my hope, as a member of the Stromic line, that we can all come together, not as diverse as we are, and to come together under a common house, each recognizing the other's strengths. Unity where we need to. And this comes in the form of various things. You, the Matrix, I have afforded you a right and spoke on your behalf as being a primogen for Miskatonic, as that is an up-and-coming praxis on the horizon. However, I think a better fit would indeed be the Tremere Regent that is to be held there. That said, I would like to offer a different path for you.
He nods, listening more than speaking. You can see his eyes kind of trail between the speakers, and he's very much invested, though he says little.
I would like you as, and I put this in the most charitable way that I can, as your house as a more militant faction within the Tremere. And as such, I think that is your strength. I think that you, regarding the whole rumors regarding Innsmouth, should carve out your own place there and seek praxis in its own right.
He breathes, he nods, and he looks. He's definitely not against it. He gauges Leolin's response, who, weaving back to your words on the one house, he obviously, this one, like, again, he's listened, he has heard, like, again, more acknowledgement, more respect, and there's something there that clicks, and it results in a single question. Do the Pontifexes know about this? And it's not with fear. It's actually, whereas he seemed more placid and passive before, there is something strong there as he asks that question.
No. They have not yet been informed.
I'm in, Leolin says. No hesitation. To which even Illumitrix is surprised and voices that thought. Wow, he does have a backbone in there. Hard to find. But the singular jab ends with that. But Leolin is in, and Illumitrix doesn't have room to argue as he says, Prince is just shorter than Primogen. It rolls off the tongue. It's nice. I like the way you think. Maybe, again, we're gonna have a place in all of this, and we're not gonna have eyes on us. It'll be a good time, especially, once the old Whitebeard's dead. Hopefully I get my fangs in him, but even if not, well, cleanup duty's gonna take a while.
Yeah, I think that's going to be a bit of a tall ask there. But, out in Innsmouth, as you said, the light won't be upon you.
And who needs it? I think that's a good idea. And seeing as how we're all in something of an accord here, I think we can do that. Illumitrix says as he looks back and forth. Only thing I'd need is just the assurance that Psychopomps don't mind giving a little birth to a little spot, just because I don't know, it's separate lines we're drawing, but I know that they've kind of got their stake. It's just not very well drawn on that map, and well, I've been barking up a few trees a little too often, so if somebody could get word to them and let them know that, hey, this little square, it's gonna be fine. Yeah, I'll move right in.
Good. That can be arranged. Actually, I can arrange for you to meet with everyone there and you meeting them. Should you, of course, encourage you to be cordial with them.
Yeah, we could do that. Yeah, he says. It's big thing. Not just anybody can throw that out there, but it is something that can be done by your exclusive group. But yeah, everybody is on board and agrees on the down low.
Of course, that also means Goretrix will be also subsumed by Tremere. And I can make sure that all of Tremere backs his appointment to Prince.
Yeah, gonna be real, the whole Goretrix. It was really good for a while, but we're not just that different anymore. It's so funny.
Really not.
It's such a big deal when, I mean, the hands in the air, little colloquial, little lowbrow as he gestures. Goretrix is, Tremere's best friend, and, best friends fight all the time, but it seemed like such a big deal 150 years ago. Now, we're just honest, Tremere.
I'm glad we can arrange this. That said, there will be... I wish for you to declare your intentions before Strom himself. There will be a gathering of the clan soon, of which
we will be there.
Everyone is hopefully going to be there.
Indeed. They will bring theirs, which secures like the 2/3.
Perfect. Yeah, other than that, make sure Karna is... They don't have to join the Camarilla, or the bulk of them don't have to join the Camarilla, but make sure they're on the right side of the war, both wars.
Yes, this is true.
And that's all I have, unless they have anything.
There's only one question, and it comes from Leolin. Have you considered putting out any calls or any messaging, any sigils to Ipsimus?
I have not. I've not even heard that they're a faction within the city.
They're definitely not a faction. I've thought once every year. I think I see traces of one, but I can't ever put my finger on it. But I don't know. I wouldn't be able to tell you where they are. Just more than a feeling, less than a hypothesis.
If you could, between duties regarding the war with the Sword of Cain, either send me these feelers and I can look for them, or what have you, so that they come towards the Tremere meetup, that'd be great.
He'll do what he can.
Good. Surely they'd be more, willing to reach out to you than to him. So.
Indeed. But with that, they are both satisfied, and there is nothing else from them. The Toreador will gladly meet with you next.
Cool. That went pretty well.
Indeed. There's obviously a bit of classic Tremerism, but who doesn't get along with that? First, we got Bernadette, who is the expected face. But then there is the surprise. The Toreador chosen to succeed, where one has chosen to anti-succeed. And though perhaps unbeknownst to you exactly the full extent of their tenure, it is someone you've seen before. The performer from the Elysium, Joel Orell, who is a very well-reputed ancilla, none quite too sure of his generation, but a beautiful man who stands a little shorter than average, but the air coming off of him and his figure is one that you might forget about it, especially if you happen to drop down on your knees. But none forcing that angle, as John isn't in the room.
Yeah, John isn't there.
But
Got him.
all that being said, Joel will gladly shake your hand, a certain grace to him as he is introduced by Bernadette, and she will do all the platitudes. She is just as excited for this meeting as anything else, but Joel will take the stage as he goes. Hey, Mr. Leon, I've heard all good things. Thanks for having us over the other night. It was quite a show.
Yeah, you obviously saw what I would consider the main event in Liam, but some others may argue with me on that. I'm glad that you're here, and Bernadette has said a great many things about you over the phone, so I'm glad I can actually meet you. I'm sure you've met friends aplenty.
Not as often as I might like, but they did come to a show of mine not too long ago, and they seem to be a good disposition. The sheriff's elder's a little rough around the edges, but he's got a real aesthetic to him. He's smooth in all the right places, like that sword he carries. But on to business. I've always been interested in beauty of a sword. It's why I'm not to bore you too much, but I know you have an interest in our affairs. I'm also the headmaster of the Performers Guild that given Liam's recent long-term decline, we've stood to gain a great deal from, what stands to happen, and, he again looks around, convinced of the room's security. As far as beauty goes, you can't do better than Helena, at least not in the mind of anybody sane. Maybe if you ask him Alcavian.
Hang him.
Yeah, no,
I just felt a disturbance in the force.
someone just complimented Helena.
Somebody just fucked up.
Yeah, I mean, she's everything that the stories say about her.
Well, I'm not a man who asks for very much. I prefer to earn my keep, so I'll just say, once it's called, I'll step on ahead and make my position known, and I can readily assure that we'll have some votes to make sure old Liam ain't looking so good on the betting track. Not to mention, one of my little compadres is a hound, so I can always count on some good information as a primogen whenever the hounds are involved in just about anything. It's always good to have friends, and Liam just doesn't seem to have any anymore, despite how supposedly populous the Forms Guild is.
Yeah, I'm actually quite surprised he hasn't been ousted sooner.
He had a unique position ways back with the whole Toreador schism. It's a long story, but some time ago, almost 100 years at this point, going back 1950, there was a prince, long rest his troubled soul. We called him lots of things. A tyrant, well, his name, Belisco Monte, he, on the books, to avoid repudiating his lineage more than needed to with all of the damning rumors, the nail in the coffin officially is that he walked that line a little too thin between within the clan versus outside the clan, and he was colluding a little too much with well, Toreador anti-tribu. Some might argue back before 30 something, it wasn't as big a crime as it is now, but well, 1950s times people didn't feel it that way, so that's the reason on the books Belisco got the axe, and for the same reason, Liam had always been staunchly anti-tribu, and that earned him some measure of respect in the coming years, and well, guild went to guild, and the forms being the most populous, and them still having Mr. Best with them before the Anarchs split, he was acting primogen from, well, the reign of Daniel Keene through to Powell, and it's been a slow decline ever since.
I don't see really how it could get any worse from where it is now. And so you have a great undertaking ahead of you, but as I said, I can certainly alleviate that by granting you a few more friends than just hounds.
Absolutely, and I've got some... I do have a friend in your clan. Actually, House Tremere is, I don't know your secret, sadly. I wish I, well, I don't wish I did, but I admire what I have been able to see. And I do appreciate the respect that your clan does enact itself with. If you ever get the chance, friend of mine, as I make sure I get his name right. Yeah, it's the last name I always fuck up. Jethro Plowker, one of your House Tremere kin, he'd be able to tell some stories about our fun times, and the Bruja are a small group ever since the Anarch split, but got one of those too. But any other friends, I'd be happy to meet them.
Good. Well, I will send your name in a letter towards Chicago, and a friend, well, you're gonna have a sea of them to back you soon.
Well, color me grateful, and in time, I think this whole city will be just a little more beautiful, and he'll extend a hand again, but he doesn't have too much else to add. He's in on the plan and has everything to gain.
Yeah. As long as he promises to make the city more lively, we are good to go.
Lively? Absolutely.
Is he in... He's in the character sheets, yeah? So I can just...
Yeah.
Yeah.
When I write my letter to you, I can just copy his name.
He's one of the Pulling Moonlight guys.
Yeah, I know that.
He's right in there.
I just didn't know if he was revealed to everyone.
Yeah, he's revealed. He should be. Joel Orell under Camarilla Toreador.
Cool. Expect that letter after... probably tomorrow.
Absolutely.
But that's all I have from Toreador. You degenerates. Hate them.
Hate. Let me tell you about hate. I've hated humanity ever since I began to think. All right.
Indeed.
Well,
And now,
let's see.
Khan has returned.
God has returned.
Well, we
back.
definitely didn't just
Hello.
do something.
We did it. Nothing happened.
Nothing happened.
Nothing
look-
happened.
Oh, we're
look at-
glad you're here. No.
I look at Dom. Dom, did something happen?
Absolutely, but they're all good things.
All very good things. But
There's no
unfortunately,
board
we
bossing say.
The way you guys are saying all good things, these don't sound like very good things.
no, they're actually very good things.
They're very good things.
Stop
Oh,
trying to
Dom.
stop gaslighting me.
What's up?
Before we go through the plan, I guess, can I use my once per session and to see if it's a good idea?
Yeah, I think that's fair. And I will say, obviously, it's not quite as general. You got to contextualize this with what the lore sheet actually is, but
Yeah, if an action is likely to cause a severe social backlash, is
Yeah.
what it.
I'm going to say severe social backlash. Note there will obviously be ripples that will happen.
Yeah.
But
Okay.
this is a contained plan that does not look like it will destabilize even amongst your friends. This is something that you could, I believe, and say that with a difficult enough roll, you could probably have done this legally. But at the current state, without having put much into it, it would have been a very, very, very difficult roll.
Yeah. Technically, it's all legal, even if it's not justified. But should I try to make a actual dossier on her? John, what do you think?
The
Do you think we should
more-
spend some time?
The more legitimate evidence you have, well, not legitimate, but the more,
This is a legitimate thing, dude. What do you mean?
yeah, the more pretense you have, the easier
I mean,
it is.
Yeah, I could just
but-
go hey, this happened. I don't even have to do
Yeah.
that. Dude. I'm telling you because I'm doing it as courtesy.
That's true. It's just how much goodwill are you attempting to impart here is the
Yeah.
What's up?
How long would it take to build a pretty okay case for it?
I will say, you could try and present it in character, sit down, play it out. I will give you no set difficulty, either politics and intelligence, or larceny and intelligence, and the higher you get, there is a point of success, and there's stuff above it, but you could basically try and set the bar and see what else you would need.
I use my status as I'm technically I have the lore sheet that says I could do it.
I'll say yeah. But if anybody wants to help you, it's going to be... I'll let you use status as the attribute, and you can just, use whatever skill. But if someone wants to help you, give you a +1, it's got to be same attribute. Or same skill.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, cool. Well, we have Mamiyama,
Indeed.
And then
yes.
I
And
have-
we also have Chris's meeting. If he wants to, if we want to go sicko mode.
Yes.
Yeah, I also have to talk
Time
about
to end it.
Anarchs too.
Massachusetts man arrested with rocket launcher and crack cocaine in his car. I just saw that update on my phone.
Listen, they're just stealing our ideas all the time.
I literally just saw that on my phone and I was like, no fucking way.
Frank, what the fuck? You were supposed to get that ghoul all the way to Boston. Why is he on the news? God damn it, Frank.
I told
Do
you
know how
all,
much
I'm
that
in
rocket launcher
Salem. I told you.
cost? Frank, you had one job.
I have 3 jobs. Serve the city of Arkham's police. 2, serve Azad. 3, make sure you guys don't die. But
I like number 3.
That cocaine was gonna cost so damn much. Where the hell am I gonna get another law?
either way,
It actually was a law, by the way.
I'm fucking Nostradamus, dude. Oh my god.
even so, a couple things for Khan. Beginning of the night, you got a call. The hounds are assembled, as are all of the kindred who've been motivated into volunteering. Drumal awaits Azad's word for when they draw steel against Suleiman. And this is not something that's time sensitive, but this is the effectively the end story button. You can press it when you guys are ready, whenever you've worked through the things. I'll also tell you, as this was going to be a thing for you.
Yep.
The state rep is still in custody. So
Perfect. I would like to go do that tonight, potentially. Second thing. I assume I did not get a letter from...
No, your project is not finished, but it is...
No.
Oh.
Oh, but of the other aspect, the demon talk about stuff.
The demon talk.
Well, the last letter I sent
yeah,
to...
you sent word to your sire, like, help?
Yeah, we need to talk now, and then also I guess the letter is in relation towards that, but I guess I will do that later.
Yeah, I'll say
I don't mind
that
telling boys,
at the same,
but yeah.
at the same time as Leon got his first letter, which would be over the last 2 days, this session it's 2 days, so you got a little bit of a recovery, but then I rolled your hunger, so
downside.
Yeah. What
Too hungry.
you will get is pretty much they get the same thing, being in league with the Alistor, in effect, in Chicago.
Yep.
Once Suleiman is dead, the Archons will pay a visit.
Wonderful.
And what you choose to do with that information, if you tell everybody or not, it's...
Yeah. Did Big A or Big T, did they respond in terms of, yeah, we will handle this, basically once Suleiman is...
Big P was mentioned by name.
Oh.
Like, this was not like a letter that's just like, oh, okay, just put it in the pile. No, this is like, oh, okay, this has to either go in the fireplace or I gotta go show all my friends first.
I don't know, that shit on my wall. That shit's going on my wall. And then burning. Because it's gonna be there for a split second, be like, I had this on my wall. Alright, it's time to burn it. Cool. Yeah, we gotta kill Suleiman.
Who would have guessed?
Gentlemen. Shall we go speak to this state DA? Get that over with. I don't know about you all, but I'm ready to rip and tear. So I simply want to cut up all the loose ends that you gentlemen have before this.
Wow, that's just the theme of the night. That's like the episode.
Yeah. I'm glad we're on the same page.
I'm telling you, I'm Nostradamus, dude. I'm telling you.
It's like we're all just being so productive. Everybody's so creative.
No loose ends.
I'm glad we're on the same page, Azad. That's wonderful.
Yeah.
Ignore the blood that's on my hands and everyone else's hands.
What happened?
I just washed my hands. That's why they're wet. They're red.
Yeah,
but that's okay.
What happened?
Blood's kind of hard to get out. Sorry, they're not, it's not blood. It's oh god, I'm cracking.
Did you guys get the sperm, by the way?
Somebody did.
Jackie, how was that? You see Azad, by the way?
Respond to that.
Azad is completely. There is no emotion, just apathy. He's just staring directly at you, just going.
Leon doesn't mention it, so unless you find out somehow, Leon doesn't mention it.
Oh, that's why I asked. Out loud.
Leon already put it in the basement, and he's already growing his little fetus baby.
I already asked out loud. I was like, oh, all right.
Yeah, I don't know if anyone answered you, other than Dom.
I guess so, yeah.
Yeah, I'm not there. I'm everywhere.
The man in the sky.
So unless Jackie wants to say something, Leon's lips are sealed. He's deposited in the underbelly of the Succubus Club.
My convictions are upheld.
Me? I know who I am.
I know who I am. But
I respect your hands-on businessman.
I'll take that in stride.
Mm-hmm. While you guys meet the DA, then I can go meet with Miriama or the Anarchs.
the Anarchs might be the more productive meeting. You could all meet up with Miriama after that, if you wanted to. And then potentially Chris is the ending
Loose
docket.
ends. Yeah.
I had to fight every urge, by the way. And what he said, I walk with every stride or whatever. I had to fight every urge, so that's not the only stride you took.
Are we also killing Sister Scarlet this story? Or is that...
No, that's gonna be basically with the demon, because you don't know where she is. Maybe if you happen to, I mean, that's where she's gonna be.
I want to kill her. I want to kill her more than I want to kill
where she's
Selena.
going.
I'm not surprised. I think Azad is on that train. Like,
She
hit me with a truck.
Yeah.
Is it possible that we can fight her this story at all?
I don't think so.
Fuck.
No, I'll just go out and say no. But she is
That complicates it.
absolutely on the docket.
He's public enemy number one, for me at least. It goes Sister Scarlet. It goes Sister Scarlet.
We're just about to go loose ends.
Brina,
This chapter, at least.
and then it's Suleiman. Those are the three top people I fucking want to kill. I actually want to ask Jackie a question.
Okay.
Away from people.
That's fine. You've got a room. You could tell Charles and Chris to go have a smoke.
Yeah, kick it.
They'll do that.
Jackie,
Yes.
I didn't want to ask you this in front of everyone because, at least in front of Chris, we're supposed to be role models. Lead by example.
All right.
Don't teach him the things. I didn't want to ask this because this might complicate things, or at least your feelings. Did you... Sorry, I'm not very good at this. How are you?
What do you mean?
After the last conversation we had with the Methuselah of 1918, I simply want to ask you, how are you?
Complicated question. Odds are stacked against us in a myriad of ways.
Not what I was asking. I want to ask how you are.
Me? Personally, emotionally.
Yes. You can answer that first thing you were referring to after that one. How are you?
Well, all things considered, I'd say I'm Oh, how do you even have the word to describe it?
Anger, rage, disappointment.
Good. Mix of all.
Melancholy.
It's, wouldn't say melancholy. There's that feeling that you have that's when everything you were taught turns out correct. It's the full knowledge that you were right the entire time. It's such a relief out of everything. How wonderful it is to be so laser focused on enemies that I have been informed about for all of this time. I have them in front of me. All I need to do is reach out and crush them. That's it. It's a moral imperative. Everything that I have been raised to do is here, now. Glorious purpose and all things right before us. There's rage at every aspect of it. There's that knowledge that someone out there has manipulated me for so terribly long, but the relief that I'm gonna have my spear buried in them soon.
I know how you feel. I, too, am in a similar situation, at least, though much less. More conflicting, I would say, with my ethics and nature and my purpose. I'm referring to Verena. My ethos in this world, my purpose, is to bear the pain of the others to rid this world of those vile beasts. Yet I am somehow connected to one of the very individuals responsible for controlling these vile beasts. It is... I'm not a wordsy man, and it sucks. I simply wanted to say, I understand, and I'm sorry. I'm sorry that Kerway, Miss Mark, and the many others that passed away died because of this.
It is every death for a kindred of worth is a tragedy. To be gifted with immortal life, and especially in the case of Prince Kerway, to be entrusted with responsibility cut too short on the altar of somebody else's misguided ploys, that is a tragedy lost to the ages. But Prince Kerway, no matter what, took up arms and he fought and he died and he didn't retreat. And for that, that is the only way that members of my line could respect being buried.
A true warrior's death. You'd think as a... Well, I'm a little bit older than you. You'd think as old as we are, we'd always, we'd be wise enough to see the ploy in front of us. I just know how much it sucks to have the veil lifted. And, I'm sorry you had to go through that. And I simply wanted to say that I know I'm not much of a social man, nor does it seem to see that I care about many others in this coterie. But I do. And if you ever simply wish to speak and keep up your, I dare not call it a mask or anything, your impression upon young Chris and the many others of this world, feel free to speak your mind to me, okay?
I understand. And I appreciate the candidness. But I think it does us all well to speak more towards the laconic sort of method of conveyance of idea.
Mm-hmm.
Let's go out there and let's make some affectation on reality.
It would be my pleasure. And then I will...
All right,
And
let's kill.
Kill time. Kill
Kill on
time.
3. 1, 2, 3, kill.
God, I'm so glad we killed such a reputable and noteworthy. Oh, sorry, saying too much again.
You're mumbling, Leon. What was that? Please speak
Sorry, I heard-
loudly
I
and
said
clearly
every-
to this flower that I have on my chest.
Yeah, I just remember. I don't know. I just heard in the void of how great tragedy of it is for a great kindred to die and something like that. But good thing we didn't do anything like that tonight.
I will remark that I said kindred of worth. That is a tragedy. Thankfully, none of that such has happened.
Oh, then we're in the clear. Not that we did anything.
Not that
Right,
we did
Azad?
anything.
Absolutely.
No loose ends.
No loose ends.
you're actually making
Alright.
start to believe that you guys killed somebody, but I also know you guys didn't
What's
kill
going
anybody.
on? Why would we kill
Um,
someone?
No one's in the
Let's go
final
talk
death
to the
area,
DM.
so... They didn't kill anyone, right? They're just trying to gaslight me.
Something is being gaslit here, but what?
How many
lighting my
layers of
heart on
irony
fire.
are we on?
Yeah, we're on I think we're on an unironic 4, but I like the ironic 7. But either way,
7.
we could see the group split slightly as Chris and Charles or whoever wants to go and deal with the state representative who is currently held up in jail can do that, and Leon can split on over and handle the anarchs because that'll be a straightforward meeting.
What's the meeting with the Anarchs? Is it basically him bitching
I'm gonna
out?
tell Motherfucker, pa,
Is he-
pa, pa!
Is he bitching out?
Noteworthy kindred, pa, go pa! That's
He's
what I'm
bitching
gonna do.
out.
Are you fucking Asian now?
He's bitching out at Neck, right?
No, I think he's going to in this meeting. I think this is attempting to meet our more social and who was present at the Elysium, or not the Elysium,
A
but
Mecron.
yeah, a Mecron.
Okay, I didn't know if this, because I know he said he wanted to speak to Etnish. I didn't know if he was bitching out at Etnish this session.
I know he does. I don't think it's going to be the same meeting unless you wanted to try and get them both in the same room.
No,
Yeah.
I am meeting with the Reds.
You proles.
Do you want to meet
Yes.
with a Mecron or Etinesh?
Ednesh.
Okay.
Etnesh
that
is the
red.
Reds one.
Yeah. So
Okay,
that's-
so
that's
you are
okay.
bitching out at Etnish. Okay.
Okay. Glad we asked because I would have
See,
sent him to
there we go.
the more amenable one, which
No, I do not care about him. He is.
You just said that anyways. No one cares. Lol.
No one cares.
but I will send him that way. And who would like to go see the man in jail? It's like a zoo.
Me.
I will see the man in jail. Also, we should probably cap this night with meeting up with Chris's fellows.
Yes.
Let's tie this loose end.
That'll be an epic one.
I
You could probably
fucking
fit.
hate loose ends.
Yeah, you could meet with Miriyama first. I think that'll be fine.
Yes.
And
Okay.
then
Yes.
we'll full circle it around. The
DA, Anarch, Miriyama,
Chris.
Throwdown.
Yep. Indeed. And to that, I will say now is the perfect time for everybody's favorite
Fuck.
part.
I knew it was you, John. I knew it was fucking
I haven't
you.
even rolled it
I
yet.
knew it. I looked in your eye and I said, "This motherfucker is betraying us tonight."
I see the number.
I knew it was you, dude.
I will roll
No, it was
publicly
for you,
for
Fredo.
Tony.
I know it was you.
You broke my
You
heart.
broke my heart.
Okay, so that one's Tony, so we know that that's
Above average.
yeah, it's in whatever the range of a 7. I will not divulge what is on the sheet. And well, karma comes around. Nobody got the I had to fucking start saying it. And then someone rolls a 10.
Good job, Tom.
Good job, Tom.
Fuck.
No, Tom.
I was gonna
I
say
knew
nobody
you weren't like John.
nobody rolled in the top group of outcomes. I'm like, oh well. Then Tom,
Good job, Tom.
fucking 10.
I'm coming in. Coming in.
Not that I'm actually
No
upset. It's
loose
just
ends.
it's so
No
ironic.
loose ends.
It's
No,
so
I was,
funny.
I was waiting for you to start talking, and then I was like, yeah, I'm about to roll a 10 in here.
Yeah, I'm about to ruin this
I
man's
saw
whole
it.
career.
How many
That's
times has
funny.
Chris been lucky?
I mean, literally,
It
the last
really
session
is
was
about
fucking
Alchemian.
busted, and then now he's rolled a luck roll of 10 twice in a row. He's any hooser, without pulling a crater and being like, well, actually, no, but luck rolls will go out like this, and a couple of them come out all at once this time. At least 2 of them happen immediately as phones go off, and the group chat is updated. The group chat is updated once, but Charles gets a message that he will then relay. One of the luck rolls comes in, and it is it is a message from Lancel DeBeau as he reaches out to the group, and he informs them that one, he appreciates everything that they've done and that they've told him, and he is definitely making very solid considerations in his life, and he also is repaying that by letting the group that the Leo, the now Caitiff, has gone missing from the Reds. He assumes the worst, but if not, he'll inform the company if he ever shows up, and expects that this is Leo having outlived his amusing qualities.
Uh-oh.
I mean,
No loose ends.
No loose ends.
like,
I mean,
obviously
I do
the
feel bad for
perspective
him.
of the Camarilla is probably this is not an okay person to have around, and Lancel is willing to agree unless he shows back up and the Reds are like, oh yeah, it was totally accorded to and he's fine. Lancel's just gonna be like, you know what, if he's in trouble, I'm washing my hands of this. But Charles will let everybody know that the weapons from the riders were dropped off, and with a little extra, apparently, there are a few extra boxes of Dragon's Breath shotgun rounds, perhaps useful for a ghoul of your choice, in addition to whomever gets the primary weapon that you decided.
What was the primary that we was it
You
the-
were
no.
you were neck and neck between an AA-12 or an M2 flamethrower.
I thought we gave the M2 flamethrower to Adrast.
That was the meme. You hadn't done it. You hadn't got it yet.
I thought we had literally like
You had
I thought we
decided
told-
on it, and then like a session or 2 ago, someone had gone, but what about a fully automatic AA-12? And like guys like,
God, which one
"Ah."
should he have?
Yes.
I would love to see Adrast
Uh,
just like dual wielding AA-12s with
already-
Dragon's Breath. Like,
I already know Tony was the one that said the AA-12.
I actually think it was you, Con. I think
Oh
you were
yeah,
like-
probably was me. Yeah,
because,
oh, maybe
like,
it was.
fucking stalker meme.
I still love that fucking. I still love that fucking that character and that fucking whole thing was fucking hilarious.
I think the M2 flamethrower is probably better against Kindred, but it's also worse for anybody who's standing near him.
Yeah, I think it's a more tactical weapon. Like, it could have a bigger impact, or it could just not be the weapon to bring, depending on the situation.
Yeah, I think the A12 is like it won't immediately set off our fucking Rorschach or whatever.
Yeah, and I also don't want to have the National Weather Service say that forest fires have begun for some reason in the area of Massachusetts. After wild man with flamethrower is seen and recorded shooting off World War II era and flamethrower in the woods.
Hey man, they just caught someone with a fucking RPG, dude. Is fucking written, but no. Also, John, can you try playing that? Because I'm getting the same error I was getting before, and then it stopped when you talked about it. So I'm expecting you to talk about it or to try it, and it'll work. But if it doesn't
Let's
work,
work some magic. Oh, hold on.
Anywho, I will route to the Anarch meeting first. Where did you want to meet Baronet Tanesh? She is fairly flexible.
Wherever she may want to go.
Well, pretty much the exact opposite of the Succubus Club.
Yeah, that's fine.
It'll be a trip down the way. Not to Salem. There's a little bit of ground in East Arkham where she can appear that's not too dissimilar.
Yeah, I can't get it to go for some reason.
Yeah, that's what it was doing to us. It's okay.
It's saying that no video found for ID is the difference.
No, that's the exact same. That's what we were seeing.
Yeah. Just invite Jockey Bud. That one's...
Yeah. I'll do that.
I like Neurobot too.
Nero actually plays music?
Let me double check. Nero is the one in KJB.
Yeah, I fucking hate that one too, dude.
Why?
Just do Jockey, because their fucking whole codes are fucking messed up, dude. They can't just do M exclamation mark play. Like, you have to fucking query it for all this bullshit.
Did Jockey get YouTube functionality back?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh.
Well.
Then
we'll
yeah,
invite
go back
him.
to Jockey.
Let's get him the invite. Let's see. Okay. Invite. Okay, it's just the name. Is that not the name? Hello? Jockey music. Oh, I gotta click the link in the fucking... Drop this up here. Do I need to sign the fuck into my goddamn account, my browser? I gotta be doing something the fuck wrong. How do you actually invite this bot? Is it just Jockey Music?
If you go to top GG and then go to invite, I imagine.
It just wants me to sign in with my browser, which I don't remember having to do before, but whatever. Whatever. Ah, my fucking Things I do.
Mm, mm, mm.
Okay, here we go. Return to...
Monkey.
Yeah, really? There we go. Welcome home, son. Give him the role. That should just automatically work. Da-da-da. Boom, perfect. Just works. Love that.
What was it for jockey? M? Exclamation point play?
Exclamation point play.
I see it is, yeah, M exclamation play.
See?
What the hell? It's back.
Told
We're
you.
so freaking back. Google stopped being major gaylords? What the hell?
Definitely not Google. There's a... I'd be willing to put some asterisks in there, but not the googly. Let me throw this on. And should be good. All right. The deafen has ended. We've been unsilenced. The wizard has been thrown out. I will drag Leon in. But inside of a mosque that has been conveniently left open, but nobody has dared to step inside. Leon will be able to meet with Etinesh. And it is a straightforward enough meeting. She is standing in the Hall of Prayer. It is a very open space, not having pews like your conventional church. And it is a perhaps odd place to find her, being notably non-religious, but it does have its uses as both a center of community and as a place of privacy. But she will turn to face you respectfully. Nod of her head, but nothing more. And she will ask, does this suffice for formality, or do we need to extend it?
Oh no, this is more than fine. I've always been a fan of human religions.
She says at one point she did agree, but they have since become a little incessant all the time. But she agrees she will offer her name in person as per the last bit of formality. But then she will ask, what counsel did you wish to share or ask?
Well, as you seem to be a person who does not like to harp on things too much, I'll just get to the point. Your anarchs are fit to die. You're fighting a losing game.
She'll nod slowly, not necessarily... Maybe she doesn't agree that die is the ultimate outcome. Again, nuances, technicalities, but she does definitely see the point you're making and doesn't try to argue it, at least not as a default, as she responds. That is the game we all play when the Camarilla is in town, but you're not wrong that there are troubles that we in the Reds face.
Yeah, and I've oh, go on, sorry.
Nah, I was just gonna say, but I believe you did not come to gloat. She nods her head.
No, I offer a genuine hand at maybe not peace, as you know my role, but I come offering a way out. Should you wish to latch on to an escape ladder. There is obviously, with the tension of the ivory tower upon the Sword of Cain, it's not on, the movement, to your benefit. That said, when the war ends, you're either going to be killed, or you're going to be killed, and then whoever survives is going to be set to renegotiate your treaty with Arkham. I think we both can kind of see where this is going. I don't think it's an insult to...
yeah, she nods.
Just... and the movement has its place, don't get me wrong. I'm not here to say the ivory tower is infallible, because it's not. But I'm not looking for another war. And so I'm going to offer you a way forward. As it is in my mutual interest to do so. And the others of the Camarilla may not agree, but the war with the Sword of Cain is on the outskirts of town. It's away from mortal eyes. The killing of hundreds of newly embraced shovelheads and what have you. It's not going to collect too many eyes, and what eyes it does have, the ivory tower can just wipe clean. A war with the movement, that's a bit more on the nose. I'm from Chicago, and I don't know if you know too much about Chicago, but it nearly broke Chicago, the first war. So, again, that's why I'm offering some help. If you were to deny any help to the Camarilla in their fight to destroy the Sword of Cain, in all honesty, we don't need you. It's always a help, but we don't need you. They're pretty much, we're gonna wipe the floor with them. If you were to instead move on your fellow's turf and claim it for your own, present the Anarch movement as a unified front not necessarily against the Camarilla, but in defiance to the Camarilla, I think you would have a better chance to come to the table rather than meet war first off.
She listens, and she understands what you're getting at. And she'll say that it's not as though The thought to correct Omicron's attempted thesis hasn't crossed her mind, though when the tower does decide to descend or renegotiate even after the war, is it not the fear that that will break the city like it almost did Chicago a concern? Or is there another step to this afterwards?
Well, it is the anarchs and a lot of your youths defiant to the end. And even if some of you do renegotiate your terms, there isn't much to say that that war won't continue on. The agitators won't be there to instigate, so on and so forth, as we saw. I mean, there's a particular person who comes to name only because he shares one similar to mine, Leo.
She nods. She is very well aware of the whole Leo controversy, having had to help clean it up. This much is true. I will carry these words to the center, and I believe we will act decisively.
I don't think you should petition. I think the time towards petitioning is over.
I agree. I bring these words to the center, and they listen, and whatever happens afterwards, they may decide to vote on.
Well, my solution to all this, when your other halves off fighting for the Camarilla, off away from their turf, you move in and seize it. Decisively, as you said. When they come back, they will have to acknowledge you, as the Camarilla will have to acknowledge you. It is simply there.
She nods. Well, with the death of the Sword of Cain, everything will change. I thank you for taking the time to, well, in a way, encourage and center my thoughts on what I must do.
And if you were to need any help, such as the detaining of your other half, your Baron, or the other Baron, rather, the word of warning I give freely, but anything else I can charge my services in my station to assist you, as it is within Arkham's best interest, even if it does not, it cannot accept it, that it does recognize that another war so quickly after the Sword of Cain is not in its best interest.
She will nod. Should such expenses be necessary, she will ask, but she believes she has enough power to carry out at least this one last defiance, and whatever comes after. But
Well, good.
yeah, she doesn't have anything to add, maybe a little downtrodden at that, but she seems to have come away with some resolve.
Leon will ask what she plans to do, as a kind of no vagaries. What does she plan to do?
She wants to fight, and she wants to be there at the cusp of whatever battle comes with the Sword of Cain, and to lay down the ultimate authority with Omicron, who the Baron of Salem is, even if it's not the way she wanted to. And so she seems deeply conflicted, but she will make that decision herself, who's going to be the Baron in the end. And again, it is not an easy thing for her to say. If you wanted to roll a wits and insight, you could.
You know, I will.
Yep, it will technically be opposed, but that doesn't necessarily mean like so. Roll out your wits and your awareness, and we'll see what happens. Or wits and insight. I'm sorry, I didn't mean wits and awareness, but you probably understood.
I'm gonna re-roll.
All good.
Actually, I'm gonna wait for her to roll.
Four.
Oh,
Possible.
Very possible.
1, 2, 3. No.
Her
Can
grief.
I succeed at a cost?
I
No. Take the automatic success.
I'm thinking about what the cost would be in this scenario.
If not, I could. John did give
No.
me his.
I would tie it, though. I will say you might want to hang on to that one. I will let you succeed at the cost. I'm just curious.
Yeah, if I know what it is, I'll consider.
Yeah, I'm trying to make it because I'm just like hanging it over your head forever is
Yeah.
a fun way to go about it. I'll say. It's really hard to. What I'll do is one thing first. Just because this is a hard one, and I don't. Oh. That puts it at 6-3, 1 success. So that puts it out of the range of the automatic 1 success. I don't think I have an easy way for you to succeed at a cost for this one. If I can think of it, we might double back and I'll let you at least hear it out. But I think for the moment, I'm just going to have her win it out and just say the genuine remorse that she feels that is very much she's going to have to confront, and she very much intends to confront Baron Omicron after all of this, is very real, and she very much intends that this is going to be the end of his, again, being the Baron of the Proles, and she'll say as much, that she can't abide this little civil war of theirs anymore, and she will put an end to it. Again, nothing deceitful, but a nugget of insight perhaps lost. But she does seem to very much reflect your plan in that she is going to act against what she had previously planned to do, which is perhaps do as she agreed with Powell.
Well, Leon, once again, reassure her if she ever needed something, she knows how to reach him.
That she does. But she will depart soon after that, as she feels the mosque is not the place she wishes to be if she's going to feel as though she needs to question her resolve. She will return and she will make the demands of her anarchs when the time comes.
Cool.
Indeed, and she will depart pretty much in the same state. And then we have another fun trip to Cowboy Jail.
Agent, Mr. Vitale, Agent Hitler, FBI.
Leon is still time scaled at the moment, but that is a-okay. We will form the T-pose ring.
Chicken bagger.
Deep in the police station, probably deeper than he should be, as he has not been fully arraigned and cast off to prison. He's still in holding. Perhaps surprising, perhaps some other charges were drummed up, or he's been deemed a risk, and so parole has not been an option. Surprising for a man of this level of wealth and capability, but the man who attempted to spurn the mayor, and perhaps even the kindred of the city, the old man, lies. In an admittedly more comfy cell than most, being an older man. But it is easy for the four of you to basically be let through the jail by Frank and then left in the wing.
No surveillance.
There's probably surveillance, but it will probably be cleaned up.
Wonderful.
Yeah.
So if he gets
Well,
his throat slit, hypothetically, then
Yeah, it'll be a Jeffrey Epstein of like, how could Arkham police have let this happen? But nobody will know who did it.
4 vampires rush into his cell and cover him in oil. What the hell? The sprinklers turn on. He immediately slams into the ceiling, breaking his neck.
Yeah, because the oil floats on water, so the sprinkler will make him rise, and he hits his head on the ceiling, and he just fucking explodes.
Indeed. And in classic old man fashion, seeing 4 men arraign themselves who are very much not what he imagined in his wildest dreams.
put a badge on.
I just imagine Jackie and Charles in like fucking cowboy badge. It's like, oh yeah, I've got mine. And he just puts like on a fucking like actual antique sheriff badge.
You have to realize, by the way, Azad is also for this story. For this story
He's wearing
specifically,
his cowboy hat.
I am wearing my cowboy hat as well.
God.
So that entire time we were in Elysium, Azad was in a fucking full goddamn fucking black suit and black cowboy hat.
Man.
He ain't fucking around.
Dangerous vibes. But
Honky tonk.
And cowboy boots.
what the hell? Don't recognize none of you.
Bonjour.
Come to gloat. What is this? Trying to get my sleep.
Good evening, Mr. Vitale. I actually have a few questions. First and foremost, though, I'll ask my questions before I let this fine young gentleman to my right, indicating towards Jackie, have his own questions. My first one is, boy, what a true shame that state DA of Arkham is, our state representative has, multiple things of, CP upon their, hard drive. That is rather despicable,
Yeah, I know. Used that Internet Explorer one too many times, and now they got me for it. What, was that you?
I have no idea what you're speaking about.
Yeah, he looks at Azad, not literally anybody else.
Well,
Are you a criminal?
You racist motherfucker!
No, but you're the one talking. You're the
It's
one
real
talking.
interesting that you follow the pattern that they find that stuff on an old PC that's running Windows 98. What is it with you guys in doing that?
What do you mean? I bought that computer in 2014.
So it happened in the past. That's okay. Wonderful. All right. Nonetheless, I have a question. Should we? Would you like this back and forth that we have, Mr. Vitali? Do you mind if I call you Lucas, by the way?
Don't mind at all. In fact, I'm overjoyed. You've spent all this time talking, and I haven't even said talk to my lawyers yet. So now
Perfect. You're not going to. I'm going to stand up.
Yeah.
I'm going to unsheath my sword. And I am going to fucking stab my... Because my sword cannot be damaged.
Yeah.
I'm going to put my sword probably less than an inch from his nuts into the ground. And I'm going to stare him directly in the face. And I'm going to say... Lucas, do me a favor. Speak when spoken to. Answer our questions. How do you know Horatio?
This is the
And if-
part where it gets fun. I will need either a manipulation and intimidation, or I'd accept composure and intimidation in this case. It's still social. You're still trying to...
I'm going to use my my special ability.
melee instead. How
Yeah.
apt!
Very apt. Would you like composure? Or would you like manipulate? I'm not manipulating him because I don't.
Well,
Azad is
I gave
be
it out
truthful.
there. It was,
okay.
So you could do composure or manipulation with your melee to intimidate.
Anyone want to help me?
What a fun lore sheet.
It is great. The man who made that lore sheet must be really smart.
How often can you use it?
This is
Once per story.
technically my once per story.
Oh, okay, cool.
Yeah, you can use his melee as
I just need one intimidation.
Yes, I can give you another dot.
Cool. 3 successes. I will willpower reroll 3 of those. Fucking
What's going on today?
I've also rolled like ass, dude.
chicken burger.
Fuck,
Can
dude.
I succeed at a cost?
Yes.
you probably could,
You haven't
but
even-
I'm gonna
need to
willpower
see
for
it.
him. I want to see, because you could potentially pass with a 1 success from the recap, because that hasn't been
true.
used yet, or you could potentially save it. But I can think of a potential succeed at a cost for this guy.
Yeah, puts it out.
So the cost will be, obviously, when this goes dark, and I'm this might be a slight teaser, is if Azad is already upset, I think everybody in the room has a lot of room to get a lot more upset over this conversation. If he is not okay when the cameras come back on, it will probably be a bit of a blow to probably the status of
Frank.
I'd say I'm either going to take dots out of Frank, or I'm going to take dots out of the domain. Probably
Okay.
equal to...
Whoa, yeah, easy
Temporary,
con,
but-
easy con.
If he's not, the caveat is if he's not okay.
That's pretty healthy caveat, though. I'm giving you a little bit of warning. This is not Grandpa. This is not like, oh well, he said some funny words and named his pet something silly in 1960. This guy might not be a great guy. So,
Fair.
but that is your.
I
decision
don't
to
have
make.
I don't have to succeed then.
It is. It is your.
I'm
Thinking him here is just a bad look in general. So if you, I think you should.
I think I can agree. So I feel like if it's a bad look in general, then we should endeavor exceptionally hard. We should have never come in here with the intention of hurting him in the first place.
I wasn't.
He's already fucked.
I wasn't necessarily intending on hurting him more so
So
than I
if
was.
you do not hurt him, it is a good thing to
Yes.
succeed at a cost. Just do not hurt him.
Or
Okay.
yeah,
Avoid. You might like frenzy and shit. Just
Me Me like Goku off to the side. No, wait, stop! Don't do it.
Sure.
No, we were talking about loose ends, but this one can stay around.
This one is a tie. This one's tied. We already know this one's tied.
Mm-hmm. Sure, I'll just get a cost then.
All right.
Okay. He is intimidated as the sword comes out. The sword makes it. The sword does it. The full presence of Azad is brought to bear, and it is something to be afforded with. And he is quick to say, I get it. Yeah, we talk about, things all the time. A little handshake behind the scenes. Yeah, fine. I'll stop talking. You start talking.
Wonderful. How do you know Horatio?
I know a couple, but I think I know the old bat you're talking about.
Indeed.
Yeah, she, friend of, he withdraws, he breathes deeply as he's thinking, like, oh, yeah, this is gonna be a conversation. Friend of the family, she has been a useful instrument in securing resources and political favors over the past, number of years.
Which family?
Oh, well, obviously the Vitali family, but there is, ultimately the, crime family associated.
I mean, now would be a time to spill your guts, Mr. Vitali.
That
way
it
or
would
the
be.
other.
Obviously, you want to know something about that now. What specifically? Do you want to know I've done crimes? Do you want names? Do you want my life story? Where are we going with this? It'll be a long conversation either way.
Ultimately speaking, I want your relation to
Where Horatio factors in. Yeah.
Horatio Scappi. I must inform you, Lucas. Horatio's dead.
Oh, that's a shame.
No.
Zero
No,
remorse.
it's not.
Oh, well, good. Then she's dead. Wonderful.
Nonetheless, Mr. Vitali, you have one chance to innately save yourself in this situation.
Ah, well. I've only got one chance to do anything. I'm relatively fucked, because everybody needs a second chance in this country, but I'll do my best. You wanted the name Potanesca, okay? That's the crime family, and... Well...
You are in relation to them?
Yes, out Boston way, where the politics actually happen in this state, yes. And I'll tell you that it's been smooth sailing ever since. I can't imagine anybody here's got, besides ourselves, and I don't know how that happened, an asshair's twitch that they've even got interests in this city.
The fucking Putanescas. Wow.
You wish to take over?
Oh, hell no. My boss, big man up top, has funded my rise for a long time, ever since his family took a little hit in Boston, and now apparently some other families are muscling in. I don't really know how it goes, but, well, seems, families over there are taking big swings now, and, well, everybody's saying that, well, the good stuff's a little tight in Boston, and current family's grip is too loose. People are eager for, a new teat to suck, and, well, boss is, trying to muscle in on your families up north, and sizing up the rest of the city for his dealings. Betted some people and started doing work, but kinda has me checking in, because he hasn't heard nothing.
Does your boss have a name? First name?
Let me to triple check,
No problem.
because I know I haven't checked it in a minute. Yeah. Yeah. Call him Garibaldi Luciano Putinesca.
Garibaldi. Sorry.
Garibaldi Luciano Putinesca.
Luciano Putinesca.
Yeah.
Okay.
And our Boston, he's big fish, and don't fucking need to tell anybody that I'm sure that whatever he's got plans for this city, it's got to be something.
I'm gonna snap at my good friend Chris, and I'm going to speak in Cryptolec. I'm going to tell him, check if he's a ghoul.
Okay.
Please speak in cryptolith for us all to understand it. Alright, that's what I thought you said, thank you.
No problem.
Alright. Gotta remember what I gotta roll.
I actually added it to your sheet. If you open Scribe of Soul, yeah, I punched that in there for you. Because it's a very wordy one, and I felt like...
I actually imagine.
Oh my god.
I actually imagine Azad sounding
You're
So winning. Why is he so winning all the time?
Dude, why is he so
Yeah.
dreamy right now without his shirt on, too? He's so dreamy, dude.
You can look in there and see what you want to ask. You get a number of successes equal to... I don't even know that he can
And you got a
oppose
crit, too.
effectively. Yeah, so there's the special bit of information that you can choose as one of the options. I think it's just a flat fucking... like 4
I
questions
think he
you
just
get.
wins.
Yeah, 4 questions, and one of them can be the crit, so 3 of the questions out of the list. One of them being if he's a ghoul or what kind of supernatural.
Yeah. Is he a ghoul or whatever?
He is a ghoul.
Okay.
And
Is he under the influence of blood sorcery or other magic?
No.
I don't think ghouls can commit diablerie.
No, otherwise he'd be a vampire.
What's the emotional state of him?
It is an interesting mix of terrified and haughty. He still kind of... Somehow, he still thinks he has the upper hand here.
And what is the critical win?
I'm going to give you some information based off of that name and what you can see in him, and your general knowledge of sorting through information, crime, and looking into this guy's emotional state. This Garibaldi Luciano Putinesca was a big name back when the Giovannis, aka the Hecata now, were the big players in Boston. That has since changed. There is a Ventrue in charge. And now, this Luciano Putinesca is not the big fish he once was, but still plays a big game and largely instigates conflicts through proxy wars in the hopes that at some point his enemies will all kill themselves and he can swoop in. And some of the crimes that you've looked into, once Lucas says he's pushed people into Arkham, there are a couple of things that immediately make sense to you. And I'm going to give you the hint to ask where.
Where?
Oh, what do you mean where? Wherever you can sow crime, usually fucking on the sidelines and the outskirts. Admittedly, somehow the crime's all playing by rules thicker than fucking mafia rules, but well, we get somewhere. It's a little weird when a boss, Mr. Putinesca, has to disguise them all as anarchists, but guess that's just the flavor of the week.
Does that ring any bells for me? For reading this?
I'm going to repeat it. Anarchists.
Anarchists, wonderful. Okay.
On the outskirts of town. I'm going to look back at Chris.
The gas station?
The gas
Yep.
station.
Misread.
Oh, you have
say-
to appreciate the audacity.
You say the name, and true enough, he pretty much comes out with it. And it's like, yeah. So that was you, Fox?
That is impressive. I'm impressed. Wow. He plays a mean game. I'll have to give it to him.
Indeed, a mean but ultimately ineffectual game, sneaking over a handful of ghouls and a kindred into a city ruled by a 6th generation. That's all Garibaldi can do. He's sure out of his league, but Lucas doesn't seem to think so, as he says, well, under a Sergeant Boston, it'll be little more than just the audacity. Mr. Putinescu will be a real powerhouse again. And, well, I don't necessarily know what that means, but he sure does.
Boss, is your boss still in Boston? Is he still in Boston?
Yeah, never leaves.
Hmm. Wonderful. You have any questions, Mr. Young?
Let's see. So what all exactly were you funneling back to Boston from the actual political side of this, from Arkham?
Money, some little bit of human trafficking. You guys keep a hard leash on that. And, well, delivered some other stuff out into the woods. Had some dealings out that way. That's where Miss Red came from. Made a quick trade. Garibaldi swapped some of our resources for one of his, so that way we could get a little deeper into the city. Said he'd make a good anarchist for us.
Oh. Well, I'm not laughing anymore.
No, you are not.
In your residence, do you have any of these documents, or do you have any information that we need to get rid of that would incriminate you and your relation to your boss?
Nah, he's very much a word of mouth. Also, he's allergic to rain. Funny enough, he's only ever inside, and he's busy during the day, so we have to meet at night. So I've only got words of mouth. I could give you a written confession, but he shrugs.
I don't think that'll be necessary.
Give you a bribe. Good at those.
I have to fight every urge in my fucking body not to just fucking backhand him right there. Ooh! Oh! You're fucking scum.
I see. Well, frankly, I don't think I can elaborate much further on this point, so what exactly did this deal in the woods entail?
We hand over some people, some conveniently picked up, some, miscreants, some, prostitutes, people that can't look after themselves. And, actually, there are a couple others, some people on the mayor's detail. We were looking to see if we couldn't get him out, because we couldn't buy him. Some about being a little too on the nose and too disruptive, so... Well, we got some of his staffers and, well, turned them over, and... Well, this white-bearded bastard pulls out Miss Red and says, I've got your fucking next anarchist right here. Worth 50 of the men we had, he said. Looked like a freak to me.
Naturally. Well, no, I don't think I have any further questions.
Charles. Chris.
Tony's asleep.
So you've seen this misread character?
Yeah, it's a real nasty bit of work.
Can you describe this woman to us?
Yeah, it's a man, but you wouldn't necessarily tell.
Not after this night.
Yeah, I'll, here, he doesn't have a picture, but he can kind of put together a few impressions, and actually he might have a picture, because he'd have been in contact with the ghouls, so I'll just say he has a picture. So that's pretty much the closest he is to a masquerade breach. I will also drag him over to the appropriate section, no longer in the Anarchs, but in the Sabbat. Look in Sabbat, Caitiff, and Thin Bloods. You should just appear.
Misread. There we go.
Oh, and I gotta like actually update his notes too.
Are we... Sometimes it just hurts my head thinking that anybody looked at this guy and thought that he was actually anybody worth keeping around. What can you do?
Well, between all the blue hairs and the ones that are one thing but say they're another, I don't know. You tell me. I don't really care what a fucking drug addict looks like as long as they pass the money I need. It's all about re-election.
I don't think you're getting
Yep.
re-elected, Mr. Vitale.
I've been re-elected enough. If I go to prison, it's basically just state subsidized, elderly.
Hospice.
Yeah. I've got a little bit before then, but that'll be community living, state subsidized. I don't know. My kids will be fat bankers or, I don't know, Instagram whores or fucking something.
I think those technically count as the same thing. They'll certainly be fucking something. Anywho, speaking to you has been unpleasant enough. I think we're done here.
Yeah, I could say the same.
Jackie, do the thing.
I am going to make him forget.
You will be able to make him forget. Well, he's got some resistance on him. But he doesn't know. So it's by virtue of his being genuinely having obeyed the Masquerade, of all of the Putinesca's many crimes, you could probably just delete him by proxy. Breaking the Masquerade was not one of them. And he forgets.
Alright. Well, Mr. Vitale, your lawyer will contact you sometime soon and handle all the bond negotiation once arraignment is completed. I think that our business here is concluded.
He's
Let's get
groggy,
out of
but
here.
he agrees, and yep, you will be able to extricate with more information than you had had previously.
Well, I had to respect it at first. Pretty. I would have been able to accept the notion that Miss Red was somebody from Boston, and okay, clever play. They had me going there for a minute. They had me. Well, the fact that Miss Red was Sabat, that he was trading mortals over to become shovelheads. Well, now we gotta kill him. Well, just how it is. But as for Mr. Vitale, he is a ghoul, correct, Chris?
Yes.
Yeah.
As soon as he goes through Vitae withdrawals, considering his age, he'll drop dead before he actually reaches prison. So, one less loose end.
Yes, one less loose end.
Absolutely. And I forgot, I've actually got St. Mary's as its own little domain.
I mean, now though, it actually brings up another loose end.
Well, it brings up the Putinesca, but
And also the misread. Now that we know that
Oh.
they're a Sabat member, now that they need to die.
yeah, absolutely. But thankfully, I tied that thread in with the total Sabat.
Hey, maybe
death.
I can call Leon to see if he's on the way to St. Mary's, and I can call him and see if he's still in the conversation with that Nesh. Bring.
Hello, this is Leon. I'm just leaving the mosque.
Fuck.
Bye,
I mean,
Ednash.
there's nothing preventing you from passing this information to Etanesh afterwards, but
I want to. Would we have time for this? If we do this
What?
meeting, if I tell Etnesh, this is a request from the sheriff. I'm going to inform Jamal. And I get Etnesh to summon Miss Red.
you could probably
And-
get it. She might need a night to actually get her hands
Fuck!
on him, but
I want him dead. I want him dead now.
I want-
don't care
I
who
do you want
does it, I want
him?
him
Do
dead.
you want her to
Yeah.
kill, like get him killed? Do you want to tell her this is a Sabat insurrectionist that has
I
been
want him-
implanted, or do you want
I
to
want him
personally
either-
rip him in half?
Yes.
What is the outcome?
I mean,
I know
ideally-
we want to, but let's.
I know we want
need
to, but I know we
expedience
don't want the expedience. I want him in Camarilla hostage, or Camarilla care. I want him to be questioned, and then I want him to be quartered.
Okay.
In that exact
Yes,
process.
because if you tell her that he is an insurrectionist and what,
Yes.
then she will have her ways to deal with it, and she will check in on him. And when that is proven true, because she has the means to do so,
Mhm.
she will break him over her knee, and then she will. That's not a spanking threat. That is, she's literally going to knee him and break his back.
Wonderful.
And then she will bring him in wherever it is needed.
Wonderful. I just need his mouth moving. You can the rest of the body. You can paralyze him for all you care. Mouth up, or neck up is all I care about. He will be dead, but I just need him questioned just for other aspects.
She will, she will trust, verify, and deliver.
Perfect. Ta-ta.
Yeah. Easy.
Ah, Mami Yama. I'm kidding.
Hey man, that's the way to start it. As same as before, coming to St. Mary's as a group, you are funneled in to a room in the same way that has been done every time. Follow the leader style. No corpse in this one, and the nurse instead walks by as Miriyama looms outside of the, not actually a room, but actually a kind of seating area outside one of the wings of the hospital that seems to just be a little quiet for the night. You have every opportunity to get comfortable or remain uncomfortable as the oppressive architecture of a failed 1980s chic lingers well past its prime. But, well, people are getting medical treatment and surviving. And also dying, but it is whatever you choose to focus on, as Miriama welcomes you. It's good to see everyone. I trust that the arrangement with Mr. Second Best, I mean, with Tremere, will be a good show for the fight to come against Suleiman. And she
Yes.
just kind of asks the group.
That's my name for him. You can't use that. That's mine.
Indeed,
I use that.
copyrighted. Yeah.
What a
If I
bitch.
said Tremere, John wouldn't have got it. He wouldn't have paid attention. He'd be daydreaming about the mayor. No, that's not nice.
He's so dreamy. His stats are so high.
The ones you care about. I want a great follow-up.
Hey, what was that noise? Must have been the wind.
Must have been the wind down the hallway, leading to the abyss, sucking all the life from everyone in the hospital here.
They call it the shop vac.
But even so, Miriama says that I had a proposition that might have been of interest to all of you, and just as much maybe I don't know, maybe advice, maybe the opposite, maybe advice on what not to do. The older you get, sometimes one becomes just as plentiful as the other, no matter how smart you are. Is there any you would care for first?
Well, let's start with the bad advice first.
Well, all things change, it seems. This place is no different. As much as coming here to hide is the goal of many, some of us have had other goals, and many of them are failing, but some of them are succeeding. And sometimes it helps to think about the big picture. Humans have religion, and we have something. She doesn't mention anything directly, whether you interpret that to be the will of the Ivory Tower, the collective consensus of the Anarchs, or the sacred word of Nod of the Sword of Cain, or a more temperate or less opposed to the Ivory Tower cadence of that. Even so, part of my asking you these things is that in the end, I don't know that I will be in Arkham very much longer. As things happen, the more they change, the more they stay the same, though sometimes they do genuinely change. And perhaps it's a new call. Not the same one that called me here, or not the same one that called me to the infant Sabbat, as opposed to what it is now. But it's got me thinking about some of those ideas. The ones I had long ago and the ones I have now, and the few that remain the same between all of that time. So, a rhetorical question. If all of you would humor me, I would have each of you answer it. Oh, shit. I didn't give...
What is it, Miriam? What is it?
No, I forgot to
He
give...
stubbed their toe in the hallway.
Yeah, I forgot to give Chris his premonition. I literally have him written down, but I'm gonna give those real quick. They don't actually apply right now, but I saw something in my notes. I was like, oh, fuck. Well, actually, I'm technically lying. Something could technically apply right now, but I'm not too worried about that. There's 2 premonitions for Chris that you would have had a while ago now, back at the Succubus Club. The first one. A coin flips through the air. Both sides are faces. The same faces, in fact. Identical down to the very last etched hair of the 5 o'clock shadow. Until one stares long and hard, perhaps too long, at one of the faces. And then it seems like black lines dart only over one side of the coin. So that's one. The second, a punctuation party happens in a dark, dingy room, only lit by an open door far to one side, with the rest of the room being volumeless darkness. Exclamation points batter around periods, while semicolons laugh haughtily and force colons to refresh the drinks. The question mark is silent, and yet it is the one with the key to the door. And I will post those in group 2. I feel like those are the ones that often get taken most literally. But, back to Miriyama. No, we're not fucking time-skilled. Miriyama asks a question, or wants to ask a rhetorical question, and wants each of you to answer it, just to humor her. Or so she says.
Alright.
Alright. If Cain... Let's presume Cain is real. If Cain is real, and he now stood before us again, the first, gestures to open space where there is no Cain, and the last, and gestures to like Chris and Chris's supposed generation of our kind, what do you think the purpose would be?
Did I hear that question again?
What do you think would be the purpose
Of
Cain's return to us again? The first to the last. Or
If
anyone
going
in
off
between.
of, if going off of, because
No,
the Book of the Jihad, right?
She says what you think. Assume you are right. Whatever it is you believe, she will encourage you. Whatever you think Cain would return to us for, that he would have need to return to us for, what would it be?
To rid or to build the third city, perhaps?
She looks directly at Azad and says, if he wanted to do something, not even an antediluvian might oppose it. And she does not seem satisfied with your answer. I will say that again, and I will encourage you all to think about this, because there is something of a riddle here, and there are different outcomes. If he wanted to do something, not even an antediluvian might oppose it. And she does not seem satisfied with that answer.
Well, I'm afraid I don't know enough about Cain to really comment on why he would be here.
Well, take a moment to imagine. The sire of all sires wishes to talk to you. Or rather, wishes to see you. Wishes to interact with you. The one from which we all descend. Why? What is the purpose?
If you want my honest opinion, there is no purpose.
She kind of disregards anything you say after you've given your answer. I'm sorry. You've done the thing.
You're giving your answer.
Yep.
It's logged. It's in the. My journal has been updated.
Yeah, you either gotta like quick load or, yeah.
I press
The
F5.
thread of prophecy has been.
No,
severed.
you just saved. You just saved.
No, I just saved, guys. Oh no! What a shame.
But
Anyways.
that's what she says to Chris to help contextualize it, because she is genuinely interested in what you guys think. She doesn't want Chris to be left out. And the answer that Khan gave that was not satisfactory, one more time. I'll even post it in the chat. If he wanted to do something, not even an antediluvian might oppose it.
Yep.
So, something else. And that was in response to Khan saying, build the third city. A very physical build. A do.
Come on, guys. Spitball. Come on.
I mean, it would naturally if he wanted to do something. So perhaps more to the point that he would be more investigating something to see how things have evolved or changed ever since the progeny, or ever since his progeny from before to how it is now living in a modern circumstance with the...
To what end?
Okay.
The ultimate goal.
The ultimate goal...
Or,
Uh,
not the ultimate goal, but what is the motivation? If you could put one word
for coming
to it.
back.
Yeah.
I wonder if I were to be an idealist, hopeful man, perhaps to see if Kindred are doing any better now than they were back then with the original, well, not the original sin, but the sin by which Cain was cursed. Are we any better as murderers now than we were then when he committed the first murder? Are we redeemable?
She'll nod. That answer is logged. Moving adjacent. Do Leon or Chris want to venture a guess?
Leon disregards her question and does not care for Cain.
Cain is not real.
He is a Tremere, thus does not descend from Cain.
Well, if he is real, I sure hope he's not in this city right now.
He's not. That's out of character. I promise you, he's not. I'm not gonna bring in
I sure-
Cain, but
I sure hope he's not a taxi driver.
In
I hope
Los
he-
Angeles.
Yeah, I sure hope he's not fucking, Sadiq Al.
no, absolutely
Well-
not.
Well, I just gotta say, that's really way out of my mind. Not really something I've thought about, or really, I don't know. It's hard to say.
Why would he come to see you then? Just any thought? Why, the first might come to you.
He needs his Wi-Fi reset.
Because he knows what I'm about to do.
I thumb over at Jackie. Yeah, he needs his Wi-Fi reset. He needs me to help fix his phone. That's why he's coming to me.
He needs to reset his Netflix. Kane's been in his apartment for the last 20 years watching Hulu.
Oh, damn! I need to call the repairman.
I'm gonna have you both just roll a 1d10, because you're each close to something, and I want to kind of gauge. You can do it privately if you want, or you can do it publicly.
Is it
It's not an actual
you
skill
two
roll.
as in me, like
Yeah,
me
you
and
Chris.
Tom, or
Yeah, you and Chris.
okay?
Yeah. Sadly, Con was not.
Okay, Con.
What?
You don't need to play her
There-
games.
I did a blind roll, so I have no idea.
What do you mean? I'm not playing games.
No, you don't need to play her games.
I mean,
Okay,
I gave
then
literally
you're far away.
I gave literally a bullshit fucking answer, so... I mean, I said either to rid us of this world or to build a third series, so... I mean, that's what he would do.
I
speak about
will-
Gehenna!
I think Kane's over building cities after the first one got flooded.
True.
What
After
I,
the world got flooded, I think I'd be done. with building
now
cities
he's
too.
building cities and city skylines.
True!
Hey, man. There's a book in the
He
old...
builds them in city skylines and then he floods them. What a fucking masochist!
I am going to choose to interpret Chris's answer favorably. I'm going to interpret Jackie's answer unfavorably because it amuses me. But
I hate you.
I'm going to have him turn to Jackie, or have Miriama turn to Jackie and say, if he wanted to weep, his is the sorrow of aeons, and yet so many fear it. And it's not quite the dismissal that Khan got, but there is something there. But there is something in Chris's answer, and one that I can't directly, or perhaps will not, directly type. And she says, perhaps to almost anyone's guffaw, that is an interesting answer. You playing with sparks, touching on something a little more than perhaps even you realize. I'll make my offer, but after, I would ask if you would accompany me, as we might have something more to discuss, but she will concede with why she brought you here. I wish to trade a life for, well, lives. The number is not so important to me as to what I must pay, but there is one that I want. Well, there doesn't seem to be any overt disagreement.
Can't see any reason to.
Well, your exposure of Suleiman's pack was useful to me. It was not quite our original agreement so long ago that you would reveal the identities of the Sabbat members to me, but useful enough. I know now that his pack does not contain the one I'm looking for. So, the Swamp Witches pack must be the one. I am looking to extract a member of the La Sombra from that pack. Alive,
Yes.
preferably.
I recall. I believe we had this conversation before.
You actually did not have the full conversation. She's just, she only told you that she was looking for somebody and that the more Sabbat you reveal to her, the more grateful she will be. And you're determined to tell her none of them. So, good job on that one. But, game one, you guys did a lot more on that front. But
Sorry, I'm busy. I'm a busy man.
that you are, Mr. Young. The one I am seeking is of import. She is called Babes, and this could go any number of ways. I primarily want to secure them a place where they will not be persecuted, as they have not yet undergone the Valdery, and I believe that they may make an asset to the tower one day.
I distinctly remember her mentioning babes. It was in the car with Chris, because Chris could smell her. Miriam
That was
in
more
there.
recently. You are right. Okay. Yeah, that did actually happen. More recently than I thought. Yeah, you are actually correct. I only remembered, like, the first two interactions you had. And then you never turned over any of the Sabbat people. Fun. But,
Well, funny you mentioned that. I just found out one of the names.
I mean, she is open to negotiate. Her
Yeah, you
original
want one?
plan was, if it was going to
trying to
be a
find babes, but-
kerfuffle with the existing Sabbat of Bochica's pack that would make accepting babes hard, Miriama could just go and kill all of Bochica's pack and call it a day. But if you want somebody else or somebody else is killed, or maybe you don't even want anybody else killed, maybe you want her to do something else.
I'll take Boshka being dead.
I don't think I would disagree with that. I think a prior priority would be Suleiman's pack.
We
being
got that.
dead, but,
We got that.
no kill quite like overkill.
Exactly. But, might as well have her do things.
Well,
Nope.
what if, maybe this, if Suleiman looks like a fish in a barrel, and he has more than enough knives pointed at him, maybe I just walk over to where Bochica and Carthagicus and the rest are, and they just never existed.
That'd be great. Ideally, that would be fantastic.
Well, the only way that the Sombra gets pardoned, Miriam, is something that you know well about.
Oh yes, and I have one I can provide. That is not an issue. It is only that this neonate, fledgling really, is not hunted after all is presented. Their brief internment, maybe, we just remember it as, unwilling, is a footnote.
Well, I can help oversee that, as you know very well. I have done so in the past.
And she will gladly accept and entertain that. She just asks, what do you want her to do?
Well, you said that you were already going to leave the city, correct?
She nods.
And you're gonna have I don't even know his fucking name. Second place,
Trenamar, yes.
Like a
Tremere. I'm so used to not calling him by his first name, calling him
Yeah.
second place instead.
It's a good meme.
And he will take your place instead?
For the time being, if we wanted to make other arrangements, such might be possible, though it might consume more of my effort, but... Or you could call in your friends, and I'm sure in time they could eventually... Well, if they're of quality, which I assume any friends of yours would be, they could probably eclipse Trenamar, but he is good at what he does. He does genuinely try.
Well, does he have a lot of faith in you? Does your word go far with him?
Yes, he treats me as a rival, as silly as it is for him to do, but he gains much from it in experience, and when I do entertain a serious matter with him, he is oft to listen.
Okay. Well, I would like a meeting between me, you, and him, and anyone else who wants to come out of all of us.
She'll nod.
And
Entirely acceptable.
anything else more will be discussed then.
Sounds perfect.
All right.
Yep. To that end, she'll offer anybody who wants to can join her up on the roof for a quieter conversation, as while this is a relatively quiet and private place, whether seen or not, there is something here that is just a little too distracting. Or you could head on out.
Oh no, that sounds interesting. I'll go. Go, go, go.
What about Azad?
I'm gonna look around the room. What's distracting her?
You look around the room without Auspex. You do see and hear, but just taking half, there are plenty of medical staff not very far away. Like, if you shouted, somebody would hear you, but, like,
Hey!
laying low in the corner in this little seating area, far enough from a nurse's station, no one's really gonna notice you here, but there are sounds of people in motion and people living. Maybe dying, but also living.
Yeah, no, I'll go upstairs. I'll go up with them.
Chilling on the roof,
Indeed.
looking over the city.
Indeed. At what seems to be a familiar spot, at least for some nurse or nurses, as a makeshift trash can with literally a mound of cigarettes butts, like, next to it that have just, like, failed to make it into the trash can. Classic hospital life. It's very drafty up here. Surprisingly so, as it's not an overly tall building, but that wind is hitting you. Anyone that's still blushed of life, it's a chilly one, but it's not gonna kill you. But it is a feeling, and Mamiyama's messy hair and black robes do quite the number as they flit around, and her eyes stare upwards at a specific position in the dark night sky. Very specifically, despite the general overcast and the darkness and not having a light, but again, silly La Sombra, but anybody who has Sense the Unseen can attempt a Wits and Auspex if they want.
Why, yes.
Mr. Charles, I think.
Everybody can do it. I think think I'll roll for Charles. He'd probably 4, not bad. There's no set difficulty on it either. Let's see his aspects. And rollable, it's aspects. All right. Do I want to rouse for it on Charles? Fuck
We
it.
ball.
Classic dom
Fuck.
roll. That's okay. He's not very hungry. I gotta
We ain't
roll
rolling so
discipline.
hot today, fellas.
Oh, Leon close to the crit. The crit does give something unique, but it's not... It's not super story compulsory, but it is a detail.
We shall see.
Yeah. It's going to... Ooh, I might re-roll that last die on fucking Charles.
What, just try and hit it?
We roll a 3. Go for it.
He got the 6
Oh.
though. He got the fucking 6. That's... You know what? I could re-roll the other 2.
I would.
Yeah.
If you reroll 2, that puts you to 3. It'd be the least out of them, but technically still successes. Or you could try and get the crit, yeah.
I would.
Oh, back
I
to
know.
5.
Well. Gonna restore one of his willpower, so... 5... Da-da-da-da.
5, 4, and 4, I think, right?
Yep. 5, 4, and 4. Looks like.
Do it.
That's
6.
6. So... 2 of you get an impression. Something is definitely there. Miriyama is entertaining the presence of a thing that is not necessarily... Actually, 644, was that it, or was it...
645, I think.
Okay,
It's 6, 5, 4 now.
okay.
Fuck it, dude. Fuck it, we ball. I'm gonna use zealotry.
Oh, boy. Okay, well, 2 of you, I think Chris is the only one at 4. Chris
I
only-
re-rolled one of them to get 5.
Oh, okay, then it's 6, 5, 5, I think.
I have a messy crit.
Yeah, with the messy crit. So everybody sees the first 2 things, or the first thing. And it is a sight to behold, except for Azad and Jackie, sadly. You don't see those, but since everybody else does...
High
I'll
five.
post it.
High five, Jackie.
Woo! Hey, it's cold up here. Why the fuck are we up here?
Oh, I didn't have fucking blush of light.
Jackie did,
I'm,
he needed it.
I'm like, damn, this shit's fucking fine.
I'm always blushing.
Yeah, they wanted
bro.
to smoke. They're like, he's gonna give us some
Yes.
death cigarettes.
This
I wanna
cigar
smoke that.
tastes like ash.
Well, either way, those of you who are able to fully experience the supernatural with your senses, you can behold exactly what Miriyama is looking at. And it is a presence that perhaps redefines or completely falls within your expectation of St. Mary's Presbyterian. I have posted it in Group 2 or Game 2 chat as It's hard to tell it's a perfect sphere, because being perfectly black, it is very much like a sphere and a circle at the same time, just hovering in air. Someone with necessary occult might know a thing or two about this, but it is not something she is doing, just something she is beholding. And for Leon, there's an extra fun time step where you peer into the hole, perhaps with a similar degree of proficiency that Miriama does. Well, maybe not quite so much, but close enough, as you... It's so impossibly small, but your knowledge of the occult and just experiencing this, you can tell that across some nameless gulf deep in there, deep in, maybe deeper than anything you've ever seen, perhaps deeper than you perceive the planet to be when looking out at the night sky, I have sent you something that you see way out there. Completely still, but just standing there. With another similar black circle sphere.
Oh. Okay.
And who knows where that goes, or what that is, or nobody else sees it, so they don't gotta worry about it. But
Ignorance is truly the way of life. I wish I could be ignorant.
Yeah,
I wish I did not have to know. I wish I could be purged of all doubt.
Hey, me and Jackie are over here fucking high-fiving each other going, damn, it's cold.
Blessed
It's
is the
cold
mind.
outside.
Out.
I'm gonna keep my brown ass inside.
I like to accompany it with my gift that I sent above Dom to you.
nice.
And that makes me even more terrified.
Well, could someone do M exclamation point skip? I kind of realized a little late that it actually still needs 3 votes for some reason.
It's whoever put it on, yeah.
Oh.
Accept it.
Okay. Thank you, John. Thought yeah, we both put it on. But yeah, new song. I meant that to be on there for a bit. But a bit more fitting for the audio, but Miriama peering out at something now Leon can see, but nobody else can. Just a little more than half of you experiencing the vastness of this inky umbral something looming in the air above the hospital. Miriama says, well, as an elder, I deal with many things, just like any other elder. It is ever more precarious at the top, and more so than the beast ever could, there is a certain, and I mean that is in certainty, a certain emptiness inside me, a consuming one. Unlife has made me more than I could ever be, and I've seen more of life than anyone living. Yet, even so, in my time with the Sabbat, I learned how my children, as in the royal child, were muzzled for a war that no one reportedly alive understands anymore, save, well, precious few. The ancient laws of Nod that the Sabbat followed are, well, key word, followed. Whether or not they were true or more lies, anyone's guess. But if you see the truth, it becomes hard to run from it. Especially when you forget what it is you're running from. I think I have decided I will not run from, well, the jihad. Instead, I'm tired of this La Sombra emptiness that I have to deal with. And I would like my answer. And I cannot find it in Arkham. But there is one place that I know I can find it. And that is where I will go. But you've all been terribly entertaining in this city while I've been present.
Well, I must say that I'm glad to have been some manner of entertainment.
Oh. Go ahead, sorry.
Though you seem, I think fatalistic is kind of the running theme for tonight. Wherever do you intend to actually go?
It's not so much a where as a what, ultimately, but I've been many places, and I've had enough of fate. I think it is worth it to challenge it every once in a while. If my boldness in joining this sect can be evidence enough. I intend to make good on what I've seen in the cities of Enoch both. I wish to go, well, where the bodies in the crypts supposedly laid to rest in Enoch have gone. And then she actually offers a tiny, small smile at Chris and says, "Maybe I will answer or ask them the same thing that your friend said he would."
Wait, did I just hear her say that she's going to Enoch's grave?
No, you heard her say she was there and seen it.
What the fuck?
What? What did she describe them as? What did she describe Enoch as?
The cities of Enoch both? Do you want her to describe them? Because you kind of just said the cities of Enoch. The cities of Enoch both.
I didn't know if she was referring to. I didn't know if she was referring to Enoch, the.
Yeah, both of them.
Yeah, both of them.
The city that was, and then the
city that was,
the
yeah.
city that got sunk into the Shadowlands, probably.
Yep, that'd be the two of them.
Well, also that's also fucking Haqim's sire, King and Queen of Enoch, Ananesh. Damn.
Do you voice any of that, or are you just like?
I don't know if I know that.
You got a heavy lore check. And again, your ancestry. I would at least give you the on taking half on your. I mean, just your intelligence and occult.
Yep.
And anything else, you would probably pass just knowing that you're supposedly descended from Enoch.
Yeah. Damn, I will voice that. Fuck.
To which she might just say, and the stories are not just stories.
I whispered to Jackie. Yeah, my dad, my great 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 dad. Yeah, he fucked up the king and queen. He killed them in their sleep.
Yeah, but she answers.
Me staring off into the fucking distance. First Methuselah tells me fucking Cain is real. Now she says she's gone to Enoch. Where the fuck am I? What the hell am I doing?
Yeah.
I want to go back. I want to go back to Lisbon.
So-
Make it make sense.
I'd like to go back to the Middle East, but currently there's a guy that's stopping me.
Do you actually want to say that, Jackie?
I don't know.
Probably not that much. No.
I was gonna say, I'd probably punch you in the throat before you could
Just get
finish
the
that.
tape. Yeah, just get the tape. But,
Fucking,
I would never get that far.
Chris points at this black sphere. So you intend to go into, that, right? Or...
Oh, no. This has been here. It's just, I found it to be an interesting mirror for me. She gestures. Jackie and Azad can't see anything, but she entertains Chris, and Charles is, like, obvious, like, what the fuck is on his face. But it's, well, our bodies are wounded when harmed. The world itself can be impacted in the same way, though our feeble hands are too weak to do so. This is far older than any of us. I wonder if it is older than... well, matters not. What it represents in me, I've always found ironic. But no, I do not intend to leave through this. I do not know where I would end up, and, well, they do say look before you leap, though sometimes I throw that advice away. What I will do is I will follow those crypts, abandoned in times forgotten. The interred do not rest. They walk the earth. And through a thing like this, she gestures again for Charles, Chris, and Leon, you can feel, and she almost casts a knowing glimpse at Leon, but restrains herself. You might even be able to see how other worlds tremble. Stronger than they, the antediluvians fear it. And, well, they would be the ones who, falling on praxis or knowledge, should know better than anyone what to ask Cain should he be real. For surely they fear what comes when others see him again. I would not want to make the same mistakes as they, should that be the outcome. Who knows? I have no idea what Cain would have spent all of these aeons doing, but given what I've seen in my life, I don't doubt that he is real, in whatever way he is. I find the truth can be interesting. But that is what I will do, but I will be here until then, pondering what I may. She doesn't have too much more to say, aside from a little bit parting, but you can ask her any questions you might like.
Oh boy. Well, do you ever think you'll come back?
I can't promise anything. I deal with admittedly forces beyond my ken, but served me well in the past. Oh, also, you have a new category in character list, new folder, love it.
Known unknowns. Or known untold horrors beyond my comprehension. Oh, Abyss. Okay, yeah. Yeah, well, we're gonna close that folder up.
Hey man, it's not the Forsaken folder.
The boar.
But whether she'll come back, she doesn't know.
Well, that puts a fucking spanner in our plans, doesn't it, guys?
How so?
Yeah.
Well,
I don't think so.
I mean, kinda. I mean,
Maybe.
How's
And
that?
abroad.
I wanted to ask
long-term
Miriyama.
scale.
Yeah, in the long-term scale, at least. I wanted to ask Miriyama at least. Shit. I mean, if we're being blunt and all, you want a fucking hound? Like, you want, what's his name? The second dude. What's his name?
No,
One second, but Tremere. I mean,
Yeah.
does she even care?
I don't think she
She's
cares.
about to
I don't think it's
bounce
like a
out of this
matter.
city.
we'll do this. We're gonna go to the negotiation table with her in second place, and we'll bring this back up with them.
I think my
Shit.
head hurts. I think my head hurts.
I've accepted my fate, Jackie, and it's gone through one ear and out the other. I'm sure I'm gonna fucking hate myself when I go day sleep, but for now, I'm okay. But in about 15 minutes when I'm away from here and I think upon the words that she said tonight, I might contemplate unliving.
Oh, there we go.
She doesn't smile, but there's an obvious amusement in the hum of her voice. Again,
Well-
not even failing at the instinctual breath she doesn't do.
Clearly, fatalism has spread to everybody tonight. Who did it really start with? I don't know, but
I disagree. I think I have a path before me that will be liberating. I can't promise that I won't end up in the sun, but none of us can. We wake up every night not knowing that the sun might dawn on us for the very last time. And you've been more than amusing, but when I called you amusing, it was for that reason. You continue to do what others will not. Continue that, and
right to Miriyama, I got that dog in me.
indeed,
Please say that in real life.
You-
Please say that.
you must certainly do have that mare in you. No.
All right, start up
Yeah,
combat.
it is.
Bring up that initiative
The
order.
rooster in the henhouse.
It's time to bring the cow.
But she'll say that whether or not it's fate, and to be honest, I don't really know. I only believe that there are forces far more powerful than me at play in every given spot of, well, the globe. But I've done what I can, and so will you.
I'm doing my part.
Precisely.
I'm doing my part.
And you like turtles. No, but
I like turtle.
she is positive, and she has enjoyed seeing you run around like chickens with your heads cut off. Nah, you're better than that, but
Oh, Miriam? It won't be goodbye, not quite yet, but I'll have to say that certainly this insight, as far as I can tell, have been, we'll call it entertaining as well.
All she could ever ask for. Anybody else got anything?
Yeah, I know you were joking, Miriam, but if you do want to kill Boshika, Carthagicus, and all that brood and stuff like that, I'll give you a high five for that.
I wasn't joking.
Shit, then do it, dog. Fucking fuck it up,
That's
girl.
That's part of the
Slay
arrangement.
queen.
Tough, or...
Fucking slay queen. Fucking do it, baby. You got it.
What did you think we
Chris,
were
did I say-
helping for?
Chris, did I say that correctly?
What?
Slay queen.
I don't know.
Oh, okay.
I don't keep up with that shit.
I thought on the talk
I
tick.
feel like you're in your own world right now.
I mean, yeah.
Listen, he's been doom scrolling over the vine ever since we got in the car, and now he just doesn't know what the hell he's talking about. We got one last thing to handle tonight, so we best get on it.
She'll not.
I am really tired. Like I'm about to
Yeah.
pass out.
It's no
Fuck.
biggie.
I
we
gotta
could-
wake up in 7 hours.
Yeah. I will probably start that scene, but then we can just call it, because I don't know that it'll immediately devolve to combat, but there's definitely going to be something that goes on, so we'll get the reveal out of the way, and then...
Can I eat first?
Yeah, you can do a quick hunt roll.
So who are we killing for Tom's stuff?
They ran into, quote-unquote, Sandwich Man's boss, who is Tidfil the Archivist in the Fae, and she said, "Hey, Sandwich Man has said nothing but good things about you. He's basically said he'll pay forward whatever bonus the Fae do. Think of it as him giving you his next bonus. She is going to give Tom, or has given Tom, a ring that he can use to basically get her attention, and then she's going to use Fae powers to lead two people who are pursuing Tom together. And I'm going to say 3 successes work, because Miriama will let you hunt in the hospital.
Dope.
I'm also gonna call Cash, see if he's busy.
Oh yeah, he'll come. Yeah.
Yeah.
He'll say he's been sitting outside his apartment for like 3 hours waiting for the call to be let back in, but as soon as you say like it's good, he'll grab the key from the mailbox that you dropped in there, and then he's just gonna get in his car. But he'll meet up.
Good. We've got the things in place to find these dudes.
Oh, right, I never actually told you where we should do this.
Yeah, you never did. I was about to ask.
You got 2 options. One, the water treatment facility that we actually were at with Mr. Vespa. 2, slightly more thematic, there's the warehouse that Cash actually showed up and saved you in.
Let's go to the warehouse.
We end it where it all began.
Yeah.
And so it is. The very same. Prepared and never deleted. God, I love being a pack rat.
See, I had to do the callback. I had to. It works out too well.
The gang arrives, and I'm going to say, at least for Charles, it is in not masquerade nor legality-friendly manner. He pulls out of the car and gets not just, his magic pistol and the revolver. He also has a long rifle, just in case it is useful. But Cash will also show up, And he is also brandishing not a rifle, but a shotgun.
Chris has his shotgun too.
I'm gonna hit that flesh of marble already. Just in case.
I bring the ring up to my mouth and I say, Tidfil, do the thing.
Indeed. And
Ah,
it's hard to tell at first that something has happened, but the ring does dissolve off of your finger completely. And then you have some time, but ultimately
Put the spear together.
spear together. You will get a small sensation of something happening, but it's not directed at you, so don't have to worry about it.
Very good. Very good.
And I don't even think there's a counter roll. Okay, there is, but I'm just gonna say they are not looking good. Yeah, no, I'm not even gonna roll that one. I don't even think that one is mathematically possible. I'll roll it. Ring, ring. Sorry, misclicked.
Freedom calling. Will you pick up?
Who would have
No.
guessed? So, in time, you almost don't notice, even as you potentially stand out in the open. There is, all at once, a sudden rush above you, but not directly above you, as instead of in any direction to your side of the warehouse, all the commotion is on the opposite side, and then not one but two things drop to the ground. Two men in top hats and trench coats, as one might expect.
This is getting out of hand.
And then they're staring each other down. You can't quite make anything out immediately.
Yeah, Chris steps forward. Okay, before either of you do anything, just stop. Just stop.
Indeed, and hearing your voice, they will both turn towards you, and they will not make eye contact, but they will kind of behold the group. And so the two vague impressions fade, and instead you are met with two different visages. Or rather, two of the same visage.
Oh, fuck.
And that's where we end it, yeah!
Tom, the coins! The coins, remember the coins! Tom, the coins!
The coins!
The coin, it flips through the air! They got the same face! The same face!
But with that, speed running through the rest of the questions, you can just tell me what you learned that you liked, and I'll chalk it up to 3 XP for everybody.
I'm in hell.
You are not in hell.
On life sucks.
Yeah.
That one I'm not necessarily disputing.
However, the fucking Putanescas, they fucking showed up finally. The motherfuckers. Always the fucking Putanescas. I'm complaining straight to the man in charge. Bring me the Hakata right now. Also, they hired the Sabbat to infiltrate and cause a proxy war in Arkham to expand the Putanesca's influence.
Baby! I've been waiting on
It
that
all
one.
links back. It all links back. It's like it's pottery, all right. It's poetry. It rhymes. It rhymes.
Kane might need
Fucking
his
George Lucas.
Wi-Fi reset. He might come to Chris and need his Wi-Fi reset.
Hey man, you had the gall to ask Kane a question. But
Yeah, Miriami's leaving, because, well, things are changing, and, she's tired of fate. So she's gonna go and fight God.
not necessarily, but she wants to see what it's all about. She wants her answers.
You'll find them in the sun.
That's what they say, but she's a Lasombra. She'd rather find them in the darkness, but that's a you thing.
Icarus. In his
Be
wax
stepping out with
legs.
flesh of marble. The sun.
Literally says in the thing it doesn't apply, and you just start fucking the marble instant death.
Ow!
But no,
Be turning out to 5 bane. Oh wait,
Me after revealing all of the Tremere secrets to the Second Inquisition and standing out into the sun.
listen.
Can't wait to feel what heaven feels like. Oh wait, hell no!
Remember, guys, the Anarchs are the good guys. That's what it might take away.
The Putanesca, Miriama, God, what else have we revealed?
Joel is
Well-
potential next Primogen for Tori.
Yes, the Anarchs are totally going to proceed to kill each other. Probably.
God, I hope so.
Let's see. What else do we got?
We committed
Vespa,
murder.
Very close.
Yeah.
Vespa was very close on the end to discovering the truth of the nature.
Indeed.
Also being blackbagged by Justicar Lucen for some reason.
I could reveal that one out of character, but I think it might be fun to let that one sit for at least a session or two. But yeah, no, Vespa was kind of on to the Ventrue Methuselah, but just didn't have anyone to talk to. Sad.
Yeah, he didn't trust me, and he was right to. I wouldn't have trusted me either.
Yeah, you can trust me. Not that guy behind you with the black bag, though.
I think it's funny
Yeah,
that
not that
Vespa
guy.
was a bit of a conspiracy theorist.
Wait, is Vespa dead now?
Yeah, he was right.
He's not dead, but he got.
Vespa's very much alive for now.
Yeah, we don't know what's going to
Someone
happen
else
to him,
died.
but Boom called in an Archon, someone working for an Archon to capture Vespa for what he knew regarding the Ventrue Archon, or Ventrue Methuselah.
He's going to kill himself by staking himself in the heart 3 times with his non-dominant hand and
Yeah.
standing in the sunlight.
Yeah, but as of right now, he's alive, and you guys did not kill him, but you did apprehend him, and whatever happens to him is basically Justicar rules. But learned all of that, and also, was that on the list?
Yes, Vespa. Let's do some further
War's
review.
ready, yeah.
War is ready.
I've unified House Tremere. I learned that.
Indeed. And what's
you
what's the
said
last...
that Goratrix was gonna be the Prince of Innsmouth, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sorry to burst your bubble there, Boom, but I'm gonna have to kill Yellow Matrix.
What was that?
I can't let a Diablerist go.
Yeah, but that could be in like 50 years.
No,
100
he didn't
years.
diablerize. He was just diablerized in turn. He's a victim here.
I don't know about that one.
I mean, that
Dude,
is
he's literally got permanent black bait.
That's racist, dude. What the hell is wrong with you?
Hey man,
He has
they
the
might
he
not
has
be
the he has the
permanent.
past.
It might not be
I won't have
permanent.
to.
He might have the
I will
fucking
have to kill him
homebrew I
eventually.
made, where they just last 10 years.
He has the he has the pass from me.
But
Just one drop of Diablerie, and that's it, pal. You're done.
but what about?
I
what
won't
we
have to kill
learned-
him immediately, but I will kill him eventually.
Yeah, what about what we learned from Guy Kells and?
We didn't learn
Peepers?
anything from that, actually. Now
I
that
don't know
recalling,
anything.
we have not learned anything, and we can just move on from that.
Well.
We learned that unity is a value that
We
everyone
learned
should
that loose
praise.
ends
Loose
need to
ends.
be exterminated.
No more.
Yeah, well,
And we did that.
We learned
no
that.
more.
Yeah.
249 XP. We're at super solid, and we will resume with.
Oh yeah, Con, we killed people. We killed Penny, so yeah, that's the thing.
Really?
No.
Damn. Disappointing.
Not yet.
Technically, we did, just not yet.
Technically, yes.
The
but
scene will
not
be played out in
actually.
the next session, back in time, because we weren't sure. Like, the thing is odd.
We didn't want to cut you off. We weren't going to tell you. We're not going to tell you. And we didn't want
As
you
an
to
Azad.
join without, and then you coming in and like, oh, you can't play, sorry.
Yeah. So instead, you'll get to play Peepers, and then they will go and they will kill pennies, as they were tipped off by Guy Kells and Peepers that hey, Teary Eyes is in on the plan, and he's willing to replace pennies, but he's out on the front, literally the deep front, and he will not be able to stand and answer a vote at an Elysium that won't happen until after the war is over. So Peepers put forward the idea that as much as, Brood looks out for Brood, his bad blood with pennies is enough that he kind of thought about it. It's like, well, if the entire Warrens is empty and he leads you guys in, literally there's going to be almost no one there to tell that you guys went in and killed pennies until after it's too late. So it was his own idea.
Yeah, so they're purposely keeping that information from Azad.
Yeah.
For 24 hours, it will be revealed. Just
Checks out. I mean, Azad, yeah, he wouldn't participate in.
Yeah,
It
that
was-
was
it
the
wa- it-
understanding.
it wasn't
Yeah.
so much that even as much as you wouldn't be able to lie about it for 24
Yes.
hours.
Yeah, so we're keeping you in the dark because we got a killer, and then we're gonna tell Powell.
Yeah, it's like, hey, buddy, we didn't want to
The
put you in an
business,
awkward.
flashing the badge.
Yeah.
And then Azad's gonna be like, "What the fuck?" I can't wait for that. What the fuck? You guys just killed somebody, and then
Arkham business.
looks at Powell. Powell just gives a thumbs fucking down. All right, guys. Sorry, guys. Boss spoke.